Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Hi, good evening, everyone. Just trying to call tonight's regular council meeting to order. Thank you. I do wish to begin by acknowledging that we are holding this meeting on the territories of the Sooke and Sianu nations. And for those interested, I understand that the current hockey score is an unfortunate 2-1 for the Florida Panthers. Just so
some of us are recording the
Okay.
game.
no, that's fine. I know that this is a big day for a lot of people, so I think it's reasonable to share that moment in NHL history, just saying. Okay, so looking to council for approval of tonight's regular meeting of council, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Councillor McMath?
I'd just like to move that 13.1 notices of motion are put ahead of 11.1, the zoning bylaw amendments.
13.1 to move. So these are just to be read into the record.
Oh, sorry, I'm too early.
Okay, so you're okay with them staying where they are?
The minutes, yes, the agenda itself though for tonight.
Yeah, like for the agenda tonight, these are being read into the record unless later on there's a movement to waive notice on them, the notices of motion. So then they would go to the next meeting for debate.
Okay, I'll leave it as is then.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor of approval as is, and that's carried unanimously. Okay, item 4 is adoption of meeting minutes. April 22nd, special council meeting, May 21st, committee of the whole. Just excuse me to those in the back. It's difficult to hear everything when other voices are speaking. So if you do have a conversation, please take it outside. Thank you. May 27th, special council meeting and May 27th, regular council meeting minutes. Move it adoption by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor, please. And any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 5 is our public and statutory hearings piece, of which we have the one item here. So we'll move into the development permit variance for 7044 Maple Park Terrace. Turn this over to staff, please.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, members of council and staff and the public. This is a development variance permit for 7044 Maple Park Terrace. This is a 7-phase subdivision, single-family subdivision in the northeast portion of Sooke. It's approximately 12.6 hectares. And presently, the first 3 phases of this development have been developed, and they've been developed to a previous subdivision and development servicing bylaw standard, bylaws 875. And they're in the process of developing the phases 4 to 7, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And they would like to match the existing subdivision cross-section, road right-of-way cross-section with the existing to the new phases. The reason that this is necessary is because there were 2 road cross-sections in the old subdivision and development servicing bylaw. There was the small lot local cross-section and the suburban local cross-section. Those 2 cross-sections in the new bylaw 404, which was adopted in 2023, have been combined into a new urban suburban local cross-section. So just to take you to, oh, you do it? Okay. If you could just go to the comparison of the, so keep going. Okay, so this is showing the streets that would be needed to be amended, varied in terms of their cross-section from the new standard. So this was the old small lot local cross-section for phases 1 to 3. They're now looking to go to this on the far right, the new required urban suburban local cross-section. So you can see from the stars on the screen there that they're looking to vary the width of the boulevards from the new standard. They're looking to have the sidewalk be adjacent to the paved surface of the road as opposed to having a landscape boulevard in between the road and the sidewalk. And they're looking to reduce the sidewalk width from 2 meters to 1.8 meters and reduce the overall road right of way from 15 meters to 14 meters, from 18 meters to 15 meters. So that's for the smaller roads within the next phases of development. And then for Brailsford Avenue, which you go to the next one, Ryan. So this is the kind of collector road that goes through the subdivision. They're looking to vary the boulevard width on this particular street and again have the sidewalk adjacent to the paved surface as opposed to having a grass boulevard between the road and the sidewalk. So we did get one comment from a member of the public with some concern about the fact that we should be incorporating bicycle lanes and more pedestrian amenities within new subdivisions. And I would agree that for new subdivisions that are being designed and planned at this point in time, that makes sense. But in this case, we have a development that has an existing cross-section for the roads and the sidewalks and the boulevards. And what they're doing, what they're proposing to do is just match that existing standard. And the new standard in the new bylaw 404 does not have bicycle lanes within the cross-section. So they're not removing bike lanes from the standard. That's the standard that's in place now in the existing developed area, and the new standard wouldn't have bicycle lanes either. So as per the recommendation of staff, we are supportive of the proposed variances to this particular development and looking to answer any questions from council.
Thank you. Councillor Beddoes, please.
Yeah, through your worship to our CAO, does the road width change in this, or like they said, the 15 meters to 18 meters, which is the overall span, but the actual part where the cars drive on and park, does that stay the same between the two comparisons? That hasn't changed.
Perhaps I could interject. Yeah, so the actual traveled lanes within the cross section stay the same. Yeah.
Okay, because one of the problems we had in the past was some of those smaller streets and people parking on both sides, just like a billiard ball going down the center of it. So the new 18 meters wouldn't correct that anyways then. It's all done on the boulevard side of things.
That's correct. And although the right-of-way width, which is the entire width of the right-of-way from property line to property line, is being reduced, they're still fitting in the same infrastructure within that right-of-way. So same travel widths, same curbs, same width of sidewalk, slightly smaller width of sidewalk. And they are putting in boulevards, but the boulevards, depending on the curve of the street, are slightly reduced as a result of the geography of the site.
So there's nothing in the new 404 which actually extends the width of the travel lane there?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions from other councillors? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Marshall, for that, your first report. Much appreciated. So to be clear, this new road, I don't see the names on the map you've shared, but I assume it's maybe Silverback Road, will be leading into Foreman Heights and connecting with that road network, correct?
Perhaps I can defer to our Director of Public Works.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Bateman is going to connect up, I believe, to Mountain Heights. Yes, it does connect right through.
Yeah. Has there been some sort of traffic impact study on future use of these?
It would have been required in alignment with the development permit.
Right. So back in 2017. All right. And there's parking just on the one side of these streets. Is that correct?
Parking can be accommodated on both sides unless we go specifically sign back and forth and reduce the amount of parking. But parking's accommodated similar to Mountain Heights right now, where people can park on both sides of the road. If it becomes problematic, then we just need to look at implementing a strategy to sort of separate it and go back and forth.
Was Mountain Heights built to that old cross section?
Yeah, very
Yeah.
similar to this one.
Okay. Just to follow up on that supplemental correspondence we received, yes, there was concern about bike lanes. There was also concern about blasting on site, and that was the primary focus of the letter, I believe. The blasting endangering a property on Firwood. However, that I don't think that's germane to tonight's discussion necessarily. Okay, then it is germane. Thank you. Okay, I was curious about the rationale statement. It's unsigned and undated. Can you provide me with some details of who is the author of that document?
The planner, Lauren Matuzzi.
Oh, she wrote the rationale statement.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was sorry, I don't have the report in front of me, so, so this is the attachment? Attachment,
Page 33 of our development variance.
yeah, okay. Yes, that would have been provided by the applicant. Yeah.
And I'm unclear who is the current. The area construction is the construction. Right, I believe.
And they are the applicant too.
They are as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, other members of council? I'll raise the one about blasting though, that we have received correspondence from an adjacent neighbor who's been impacted by sizable boulders and is very concerned about their safety. So what options do we have to consider the impact that this is having on that landowner?
Through your worship, with a blasting permit, it's legislated by the province, so they have, Mr. Carter maybe can weigh in a little bit, but really, there's not a lot of recourse. The province is the one who authorizes blasting. There's WCB that could get involved if they think that this is unsafe, but from a district perspective, they've received a permit and there's not much we can do if they're blasting within the permit. Then this is a private property situation where they're obligated, required to follow up with the blasting company, which is listed on our website, and or WCB and or the province would be the arms of the other governments that have power over this. I don't know if Mr. Carter has anything further to add to it.
We're looking into it to see if there's any obligations that need to be considered under the existing development permit, if we can actually require an additional geotechnical study on something outside of that area, which we do not know at this time. But as Ms. Gray alluded to, all blasting is regulated by the province. We're just basically issuing permits to know where the blasting is occurring so we can inform people as to when blasting is going on, which we require the blasters to do.
Okay, I see our planner has her hand up as well. So Ms. Johnston.
Through your worship, I just spoke quickly today with bylaw enforcement and we're going to have some meetings internally to just look at the inquiry and see exactly where it's blasting. It might be going within a dedicated park area, which is something we just need to look further at. So bylaw enforcement is aware of this inquiry, and we're going to have meetings with the manager of parks and other staff coming this week. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from members of council before we turn to the public? Go ahead, Councillor McMath.
Just for clarity, because I received several emails outside of that, all the way to Aranan and Henlin. That's how hard the blasting was today. So for a constituent that lives in that area, I think what they're looking for is the best avenue to approach to deal with that. So if the municipality is not legally able to tackle this issue, where are they to go? if you have email addresses, anything like that can assist them, because they're coming to us asking for help and how to tackle it. And so I understand that we legally are stuck and that is not something that we can tackle, but if we can direct them to the body that can help them, including pieces like having an insurance company come out and do an assessment and do a full review of their property. So following the completion of this construction, that homeowner has the power then to go back to that company and say, this is the damage that has occurred, here are the measurables, and then they're entitled to some sort of compensation. Anything like that would really help.
Through your worship, definitely we can do that. Like as Ms. Johnson stated, we will look into this if there's anything from the DP stage that gives us any leverage to correspond with the developers here, and or at a minimum, for sure, definitely follow up with further information to the letter writer, at least for the one I have today, on specific details of who they can follow up with and how that works.
Counselor Beddoes?
I guess the part that stirred me about this is the one letter said they're fear for their safety. And that to me means that something should be happening fairly quickly, because it's not just a matter of, well, you know, in 3 months' time, somebody does a survey to see if their foundation's cracked. Somebody's actually fearful of their personal well-being, physically. Is there anything we can do as a council or the district to expedite this, giving it to, you know, a call from us to somebody who regulates this and saying, look, this is a dangerous situation for one of our residents and we need it looked at pronto. Is there an avenue for that?
Through your worship, I think we can take this away and we'll have further staff conversations on the staff level. Tomorrow, this correspondence, I think, just came in yesterday, at least as far as we've seen, or this morning, sorry, Monday morning here. So we just need to take this away and kind of confirm what leverages do the municipality have versus, you know, exactly, is there influence that we can have, reporting this up the chain if there's others that need to be involved. And I know the writer said they were maybe not hearing anything back from the blasting company. So obviously we can reach out to them as well and correspond with them. I believe the applicants are in the room tonight, so hopefully they're listening to the conversation, and we'll encourage their people to reach out to these neighbors.
Just,
I know it's not ideal.
well, I just, you know, just wondering if you know, sometimes the municipal council or the district of Sooke calling somebody in an official capacity, wake somebody up at the other end, rather than waiting for, you know, the wheels of justice to turn. Somebody's life feel like it's in danger, and that's something that we should act on. And you're saying you're going to do that. I take you for your word. I just want to relay that myself. I feel it's a very strong case. We should be looking at this very deeply. So I'm sure my colleagues feel the same way.
Yeah, I think for us, it's the case. We were notified of this on Friday. It seems that the resident did try to reach out. They were ignored. It's continuing. They're concerned that other impacts are going to occur to their property. And yeah, I can imagine how terrifying it would be for them. Okay, anything else before council, before we turn to members of the public? And I understand that the applicant is here, so perhaps that's an opportunity to hear how they intend to resolve this as well. But I will open this up to members of the public here. This would be specific for public input on 7044 Maple Park Terrace. So only this agenda item. Is there any members of the public here first that would maybe like to speak? They might have a question that you can answer that's unrelated to blasting. Okay. Okay, can you please wait till you're seated to speak into the microphone? That way the folks at home can hear you too.
Okay, Susan Belford lives here in Sooke. This variance request is literally about paving over the headwaters of Ella Stream. Nobody's mentioned that. Maybe not everybody knows the history. This part of Viewpoint Estates development is located 30 meters on top of Ella Stream. The stream is buried beneath tons of rock blasted from the mountainside over the past 5 years by successive owners of this property. This has been occurring since the Council of the Day rescinded a stop work order in 2019, that's 5 years ago, and allowed the developer of the time to proceed at his peril. Well, it wasn't his peril or the peril of any of the other owners, developers that followed. It's the peril of Ella Stream and the peril of the fish, animals, and plants that depend on her. Maybe you think, oh, well, the damage is done. There's nothing we can do. But allowing this kind of work of willfully damaging a watershed and ecosystem will just encourage others to continue to trash our environment. This kind of careless development has to stop. People who do this kind of thing need to be made an example of. Don't allow this variance, and don't allow this work to continue. Stop pointing at the province and having them point back at you. Do something. Stand up for the wonderful part of the world that we live in, please. Stop the work. Demand repair to the riparian area. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. We hold the applause, please. We like to have an environment where all views are welcome, please. I know that's can be challenging, but it's an element of fairness. Other speakers, any other residents that would like to speak on this matter?
Ellen Lord, I'd forgotten about this. It was a long time ago, but I recall speaking about it then because it was the blasting was going on and there was a stream and a wetland in there, and it was supposed to have been stopped. And I'm surprised that it's still going on. Thank you for bringing that up, Susan, because that's part of what's going on. We're blasting rock and we're blasting into streams and we're changing where our water is running. And I think if we're looking at doing any changes in our OCP, our present OCP says that we're supposed to work with the land, not against it. So I hope that this is looked at again before we go any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers tonight? Sorry, can you please turn on the microphone so we can all hear you? Thank you.
Dear members of the council and inhabitants of the Sooke, I'm a new member of the community, and actually I live down the stream of the Ella. I hear the noise of the construction every day. I'm working from home, so I'm like just used to it, let's say. The blasting is loud, and sometimes it shakes the whole house. It's like small quakes, actually. I'm concerned with the safety of the new home because, you know, these kinds of events, they break, you know, the construction, the fundamentals of the buildings in the whole area. It's not going to be just my house. And if it comes to Ella Stream, I learned about it from the local people. I woke up there and I discovered this like massive development. I wasn't aware even it happening. And sorry, I'm a bit stressed about talking in public. And what I see is like someone said at the beginning, the damage is done because, you know, I can't imagine that all of this rock is gonna go back in their place. And the source of the stream is completely covered up by the rocks. I believe this kind of decision was made many years ago, but it should never really happen in a place like that. I understand the demand for like housing and growing of the town, but places like that in nearby Broomhill is just like shocking, you know, destroying something like that just for construction. And the event from Friday I'm aware of, and I've seen the picture, and I understand the concern of the people who live there because it's like rocks rolling down from above, and the people who work on the other side of it, they may not even be aware that there are houses because they don't even see it. They may see it on the plans, but like, you know, in their job, they will never like realize what they're doing or what effects it has. Like, if I were living there, I'd be really concerned about it. It's a massive rock, and like nobody knows what kind of damage was caused already. So I think, you know, the departments are responsible for it. They should like immediately look into that before it's too late. Like, and Ella Stream, like I hope all of the people here and the members and citizens of the town of Sooke gonna look into that, because it's something like shouldn't really ever happen. I just couldn't believe like somebody make decision about make development at such a elevation in such a place. It's shocking to me. That's all I got to say, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for attending tonight. Other speakers?
Is that on? Hi, Noah Dowie Sooke. Yeah, having read the reports from staff and the rationale, regardless of the history of the development or any of these other factors, widening the road halfway up the street doesn't really make sense with a phased development like this. Consistency is important. There's no need for it to be held to the new standard, considering the you know, the history, especially, you know, what was written in that rationale sort of says it's been dragged out. So I think, yeah, I'm in favor of granting the variance.
Great, thank you. Other speakers?
Okay. Hi, Emma Irwin, writer of Furwood Letter, receiver of Car Size Boulder. I had actually planned on attending this anyways because I felt like the developer is continually asking things of this community, and yet as a neighbor of theirs for as long as this development has been in place, I've yet to see efforts on their side to kind of work with the community, reach out to their neighbors. We're a duplex, but we own 1.5 acres underneath this development. So it's not parkland. There's parkland near us, but there's a giant cliff, which people might not realize is there. We brought this to the attention of the blasters nearly 3 years ago. We felt there was a huge risk there. There was no evaluation of that cliff done while standing on our property. I don't know how you can evaluate a cliff from above, but there was no evaluation of that cliff by them. We warned them, we asked them to, you know, communicate with us. That has not happened. So that's one of the reasons why that avenue is broken, as far as I'm concerned. I think if the thing I came to say to council is I think it would be great in future if we could think about how we want developers to engage with their neighbors, whether it's the provincial or the federal, like how do we want developers to interact with the neighbors, especially for something like this has been nearly 20 years. It's only gotten worse. The blasting, they told us the same blasting company would end in 2023, January, February. It's still ongoing. No one has bothered to tell us why. No one's bothered to tell us when that will stop. We have cracks in our foundation, so do our neighbors. But this is most alarming because it looks like a sheet of slate is about to come down after that boulder. And even still, I don't know how to get something like that attended to. So I think in future, I mean, we'll deal with the emergency that we're handed right now, but I think in future, it would be great if council could think about the community aspect of any development that's agreed on. How will they pledge to work with their neighbors? You know, how will they check in with their neighbors when deadlines pass? So we know I work from home. I work for a tech company and I'm on calls all day long and I have to excuse myself when I'm shaken and explain that there's, you know, my colleagues in other countries don't know, explain there's a development. So we've kind of endured it and expected nothing at this point, but I don't think that should be the future of how we approve developments. And, you know, I've talked to the Ella Creek folk. I feel like there's kinship there. You know, I see what's happening there. We used to have a lovely path that went up to Broom Hill. It's now got no trespassing signs and, you know, threat of cameras. You can sit on a bench. It's like, there's cameras here. It's just changed everything about the area. And, you know, I think we're willing to work with them, but they're clearly not willing to work with us. So I say, don't vote this variance in. That's something they want. Let them work for it. Like we have to just exist in our space.
Thank you, Ms. Irwin, for writing and for sharing what you're dealing with. Other speakers this evening?
My name is Jonathan, and I went for a walk up Broom Hill because I thought it was a day for pulling broom as a community. Turns out I was wrong and there was nobody else there. And I went for a walk with the dog and I heard the construction and I went to look and see what was happening. And I was shocked.
Okay. Thank you. Other speakers? Any other residents? Okay, I'll invite the applicant forward, please.
My name is Chad Bryden. The applicant is actually the Sooke Loggers, not Faraday Construction, just to make you guys aware of that. That's the owner. The owner of the property is the applicant, not Verity Construction.
So it was Sooke Loggers, did you say?
That's the owner of the property. Yeah.
That's the owner of the
Yeah.
property.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anyways, I just want to speak towards a lot of the things that are being said tonight. It's just interesting, the comments when people are coming forward and saying they're shocked about the development. This is a development that we're creating lots for houses, and blasting has to take place to make this happen. Geotechs are on site weekly reviewing blasting and any of the works we're doing. Miss Irwin or Mrs. Irwin, I haven't been contacted by her, so I'm unaware of anything that she's talking about. I did have contact with a neighbor last week asking about cracks in a foundation, and I connected them with the drillers and the blasters, and I haven't heard back from them. So I honestly have no outstanding contacts with any neighbors where they're waiting to hear back from us. The dedicated park, we're not blasting in any dedicated park areas. That's absolutely not happening. We've had a 4.5 hour investigation and site tour with the Ministry of Environment, with biologists, with natural resource, and they found nothing wrong with the site and the case was closed. So all the concerned comments, which I appreciate your comments and your concern about Ella Street being covered over. The experts have said that is not the case, that didn't happen before we bought the property, and that there's no issue there. And that was all done through the government, through the province, and that's been confirmed by them. So tonight we're just asking for the cross section to be used that was there when we first made their application for the DP and PLA, which we made a long time ago, but through just a lot of hoops to jump through, it's taken a long time. So we just like to continue forward with what we had applied for, which connects the existing roads in the same sizes. So we're not really asking for anything different than what was there. Well, we're not asking for anything different than what was there and what was there when we applied, which I think we applied 1.5 years, maybe even 2 years ago for a DP PLA. So it's been a long process. So we're not coming to you asking for anything more. We just want to stay with what we had when we first applied. So, and all our plans are done, and they've all been in. They're all sitting, waiting just to, to move forward. And this is one of the issues to move forward with. Blasters are all regulated by WCB as well as many other things. They do pre-blast surveys, and they send insurance companies out to houses within a defined radius. So if you're within that defined radius, they have to go there, and they do that. So if somebody else wants to have an insurer come to look at their house and they're outside of that radius, I would say that they're free to do so. The blasters do it on all the other ones to basically have a set a sort of guideline to know if there is cracks occurring, did it happen before or after? So they're doing it to protect themselves and the homeowners. So if someone that's outside of that area wants to do that, I would suggest that they should go ahead with that. If they want to contact me at the office, I can get them in contact with an insurer that could help them do that. Definitely happy to meet with any of the neighbors. I haven't heard about any sizable boulders or any unsafe blasting. I'm on site often, and I'm not seeing unsafe areas of blasting. So, but if there's a concern about that, I can certainly have the geotechs come out even tomorrow to review those areas. But I don't believe there is that case. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just share that residents aren't necessarily aware of who's doing what, you know, so for a resident perhaps not to reach out to you directly, they may or may not know that. Right? So that's where the resident who spoke brought it to our attention and it's here.
Right.
And what I'm going on is what they've experienced, the pictures of the boulders on their property, and then they're reaching out to us for help. So it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It's just they may not have known to contact you directly about this. They're concerned. They're going to reach out to the municipality. We're here to help. It just so happens that this is coming forward at this time. So naturally, they would want to be present to share all of that.
Yes.
So I think it's just helpful for you both to connect. They've obviously not had a good experience with the blasting contractor thus far, which is why it's come to this point, but it seems alarming given the pictures that were forwarded, the size, what's landed in their yard. It's quite frankly, quite terrifying. I wouldn't want a car-sized boulder in my property for perspective wise. So I just wanted to pass that on. Councillor Beddoes.
Well, you're here today. You heard the concerns of the lady. She's left now. Can we get some commitment from you're going to reach out to her and find out what's happening to her property? She's very, very, very frightened, and I don't like it. So can we get that commitment from you?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, just a couple of questions while you're here. You mentioned the defined radius for insurance assessments. Do you know what that radius is, or is that a matter for the blasters?
That is a matter for the blasters. I'm not 100% sure on that. No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. We're looking today at phases 4 and 5, I believe, of the 7. Last time you were with us, things were moving along pretty quickly. Do you have an end date for this phase 7? Do you have a sense of when we might see
For phase 7?
Yeah.
It's really hard to predict the end date for phase 7 because a lot of it is market driven, and the market has not been very strong over the last couple of years. It is improving now, but we're really waiting to get through our approval process here so that we can get the lots in phase 4 and 5 completed and onto the market. And our blasting is I'd say 95 to 98% done in phase 4 and 5. Phase 6 is there's still blasting to occur in phase 6 and 7. And, you know, that will probably occur over the next, well, it really dependent. I can't really say how long that would take because it is dependent on the market. So it's dependent on how quick we can get phase 4 and 5 done.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Regarding Ellis Stream, and I know that the Compliance and Enforcement Division of the Ministry of Forests has reported out and said that the file is closed. Can you give us some insights into that 4.5-hour site visit? Do you have a pretty clear sense of where Ellis Stream is now and always has been, or is it a?
Yeah, before we bought the property, back, I believe it was in 2017 or something. I'm not exactly sure of the date right now. The biologist on site made that determination where the stream started and ended, I guess, and submitted all the paperwork to the province. It was approved. He did an amendment, I think, to one minor thing that was also approved. They've had all those documents the entire time. As well as Sooke. And then what's happened is there was complaints from the neighbors, probably some of the people in the crowd tonight. And so they relooked and Sooke, I think, received those municipality. And so then they contacted the province, the ministry. And so the ministry set up an investigation, came out to investigate the concerns and walked around site for 4.5 hours with us present with them and the biologists as well. And then made the determination that what he had said was the start and end of Ellis Street was correct. And there was no issue, and the case was closed at that point. So all of the repairing area is it's all fenced off. We're not down there. We're not even close to it. So I understand that the people in the public that are here tonight don't agree with that, but the experts have made that determination. And the experts work for the government. They have nothing to do with us.
Doris.
Sorry, please. I'm just going to add a bit what I might recall about this is the property was zoned initially, I'm thinking it was in 2010, 11 in there. I think it was in my first term of council. And it was zoned. And then the second term, it just stands out to me because it was August and I was a councillor serving as acting mayor and was called because there was blasting that took place. And it set off a number of small fires and it was done without a permit. That was my understanding. So I drove out to Sooke because our fire crew were on site. There was a number of smaller fires that had happened and they were on standby to potentially evacuate wind-filled area. But the wind settled down and the fire department managed to contain the site. And then it had turned the entire terrain into the moonscape that it is now. And then over the years, different elements of it had been developed. And then I think that's when, I don't remember exactly, I think you just told me in 2017 would be when Verity,
2018.
2018, I think. But it is picking up from where that happened. So the former entity took no accountability. I don't even know where they are. And then we're sort of now, okay, how do you make the best of this situation? So it's an unfortunate one for sure, but some of the history is a bit lost because of the timing and because of other things that occurred out of step, unnoticed and unregulated by anyone of the day.
I would say the fortunate thing though is that we are here and we're putting millions of dollars into this property to get it to the final stages, to get it finished, because nobody wants it to stay as it is right now. So we are working hard at getting this done so that the lots can be done, so that local Sooke builders can come in and build houses for people. So this is a great path forward. And, you know, for tonight, we're just looking for the variance to stay as what we had applied for originally.
Which is, if I may add, which is in compliance with the 2018 rezoning and the 219 covenant that is on title. The variance we're asking for will allow us to comply with that. So that is what we're asking for, is to keep what was originally approved in 2018.
Okay, and you're Mr. Malcolm McNaughton.
Sorry, Malcolm McNaughton.
For the record.
Yes, thank
Yes,
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll just check in to see if any other, before I close off the public input part, I just wanted to see if there were other questions that, remember, any items that residents would like to bring forward before we close off public input and turn it to council.
Eleanor, I just have a question because I know that all the rivers and streams are marked on our maps. We have, I mean, your staff has access to all those streams. So it's pretty simple to just see where the stream goes. Did the province come and even look and ask? I don't know, but maybe staff could go and see if that stream is actually affected before anything further goes. I mean,
I'll ask our staff.
because I remember that too, when it first came forward, and there was a stream there, and there was frogs in there, and there was in the wetlands, and there was a lot of concern around that. But I thought that was addressed, but yeah, maybe it wasn't.
Over to our CAO.
Just to clarify, just to highlight the applicant's response to this earlier is this is out of our jurisdiction. This is a provincial waterways or provincial jurisdiction or federal, like it's not something the district can do anything about. This investigation happened. The file has been closed. District staff going out and saying, we think there's a stream there we have no legal bearing to do that. Once other reports have been received from higher government authorities indicating the file is closed, they've done their investigation. They don't find a stream existing there. I appreciate maybe it was there back in the day, but we can't go back in time. And I don't know that district staff have any leverage in that. Just going out on site wouldn't be a solution to this problem.
Did you have something to add, Mr. McNaughton? Sure.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was not on site before that area was filled, so I can't speak to what was or wasn't there previously. I can relay my experience as a planner for the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen when I was tasked with all of the riparian areas, watercourse permits, and all of the sensitive area permits, DPs for the regional district. These maps are not always 100% accurate, and they do get amended when new ground truthing is done. And that, I believe, is what's happened in this case. And that is why this provincial map has been amended, is because there's been new information that's been submitted to the province. The province has accepted that information and therefore amended their map. That is my understanding of it. Thank you.
Careful.
I'm still Susan and I still live in Sooke. I remember a couple of years ago when this development came up before, and the head planner at the time had discovered that what was to be park had been filled up with rock. And there was some discussion around this table about that. And the developer got what they wanted at the time after giving a really kind of half-hearted, oh, gee, well, you know, we're just developing it as it goes kind of thing. And they were told at that time that they needed to protect the land there. And they ignored that directive. And they continued to pile rocks on top of the stream. And, you know, yeah, sure, things change. But funny, about 300 yards, you know, like where the rocks aren't, gee, there's water gushing along the stream bed from underneath those rocks. So, you know, who knows what kind of long-term effect that might have. This is serious. And it's okay, you know, to say, well, it's not our jurisdiction. Well, if it's not your jurisdiction and the province isn't paying attention, who is?
Thank you. Are there other speakers on this?
Sinclair Phillip, Murray Road, Sooke. This is a slightly broader comment. If you go out into the open ocean and come back towards Sooke, there's a whole swath of land that's been totally destroyed. Sooke is becoming an increasing eyesore. I do hope that in future community plans, we will try and develop a model that shows more desire and concern for working with our local environment. The model we are currently seeing in the area, the subject area, is you begin with cutting down the trees, then you remove the topsoil, and then you blow it up. And by so doing, we are becoming Lower Langford. It's the same model of highly destructive development. And I hope that this council will try and take back control over our own community so that we can avoid blaming the provincial government for all the mishaps happening here at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers? Can I call on first-time speakers, please? Thank you.
My name is Cindy. I've lived in this community for almost 20 years. I've seen it expand exponentially. I used to travel to Victoria every day. I started going earlier and earlier and earlier to get to work because it was a freaking nightmare. And all of this increase in housing is going to be a bigger nightmare. It's going to be so blocked. It's ridiculous. I'm encountering bears in the daytime. There is nowhere for our animals to go to. And I'm sorry, there is so many people leaving. There's houses for sale everywhere. Why are we building more? It's ridiculous. There is 70,000 people that have left BC alone this year because it's unaffordable. Who are we going to be selling these homes to? Nobody can afford them. I don't understand what is going on. This is ridiculous what's going on.
So this is a variance, so to deal with a specific road cross section.
I'm just in general, this is like the last, since I've moved here, there was like 7 houses out at friggin' Sun River. How many are there now? Like it's a community. They might as well put a hospital up there. It's pretty bloody big and it just keeps building. And one road in and one road out. If we have a major catastrophe, there is going to be bloodshed in this town because a fire, for example, could wipe out this town. And there's one road in and one road out. People really need to realize things like that. The infrastructure is not here for all of this. Just saying.
Okay, thank you. Can we please hold the applause? Like everyone wants to feel safe and to express their view. So I think that's the environment that we try to create here. Other speakers?
I said that I was shocked.
You'll need to reintroduce yourself.
My name is
for-
Jonathan Francoeur. I said earlier that I was shocked, and I'll explain why later tonight because I'll have 5 minutes to speak about decolonization.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Okay, so I'll turn the matter back to council. Thank you. I'm just turning off that microphone. I can't control the sound. Okay, so council is here in regards to the variance. So I'll ask if you have any other questions of our staff, members of council. Okay, so what is in front of us tonight is from staff. The recommendation is that council approve a variance to section 2.2A of the subdivision and development standards bylaw number 404/2014, to modify the urban suburban local road right-of-way cross for the following roads at 7044 Maple Park Terrace, legally described as section 21 Sooke Land District Exempt Plan 26856 Viewpoint Estates, Starflower Place and Silverback Road in Phase 4, Silverback Road and Griffiths Place in Phase 5, Road G in Phase 7, to allow for a 15-meter wide road right-of-way, varied boulevard widths, and a 1.8-meter wide non-separated sidewalk in accordance with Schedule A, and that council approve a variance to section 2.2A of the subdivision and development standards bylaw number 404/2014, to modify the required urban suburban local road right-of-way cross-section for Brailsford's Place in Phase 4, 6, and 7 to permit varying boulevard widths and non-separated sidewalks in accordance with Schedule A. Moved by Councillor Lajeunesse. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. So to speak to it, go ahead, Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the concerns of the neighboring residents. This is a simple variance request to vary the road width to match what's already in that neighborhood. I appreciate the concerns, as I said, for the blasting and those things, but the developer has agreed to speak with those affected and remedy that situation.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I think it's important to note that if we don't grant the variance, that means they just need to do more blasting and they'll put a wider road that doesn't match, but that doesn't stop the lots from being developed. That doesn't stop anything from going forward. That simply means you have a mess. You have more blasting, more cost to future buyers in that area. There's no real advantage to anyone. And I understand that it's not just concerns, it's outrage. It's basically ecosystems being damaged. It's since I've been on council, I've been hearing about Broom Hill and having it blow up. There's lots of people in the community that are frustrated with this type of development and don't think this type of development should be, especially for things like single family detached that no one can afford. I think you'd find lots of people agree. But that's not the situation we're in now tonight in terms of the decision we need to make as council. We need to move forward with this particular decision so that, and if we don't make the right decision, something worse will happen. And that's all there is to it.
Other speakers from council, go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, it is a very tough one because we're talking about a lot of things that we're not really dealing with tonight. One is the Yellow Creek. We have the province saying it's okay. And is that ever confusing to us? Now, I'm not an expert. I don't know. I have to rely on staff, or I have to rely on the technicians and the architects and everything that are hired. And we have the province saying it's okay, and they're the one responsible for it. So it kind of takes it out of our hand. The blasting it's damn annoying, but they have the development permit. This is about a variance. We can't stop the development permit. And someone suggested that we turn it down as a punitive action for the blasting. We can't do that. That would not be fair in itself. Right now, we're looking at a variance. There's a bigger problem with Ella Creek, and I'm sure it'll be looked at in time. But right now, it's just a variance that we're dealing with. And it doesn't make sense to ask for a wider streetscape when the road width is going to stay the same for the rest of the phases. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I'll support this as well because it is a very specific ask here, unrelated to these larger issues on which we in Sooke have to learn some strong, hard lessons, as has been stated tonight. I'm in terms of this actual application, I'm a little hesitant. I'm uncertain about the traffic flowing down out of Foreman Heights and whether people will treat that as a quicker route to get into town or whether they'll go back down the current route. I'm also concerned a little with these are building sites that are being created, and it seems the standard or duplex is 3-story duplexes with suite potential. I don't know if there are suites in all or most, or I'm not really sure what the character of the housing is up there. So that there could be upwards of 6 cars per duplexed unit if there were suites on both sides. And however, I do have a quote from the Watt Traffic Impact Study of 2017. Their recommendation is that the internal roads should conform to the district's local road standards. So as of 2017, that is what we see in front of us tonight. So there we go.
Thank you. Councillor McManus.
I'm going to add an additional motion later, and that just be that staff connect the developer with those residents that are having those concerns, and that they advise those constituents that are having those experiences to tell us if you're not getting that communication back. It is a difficult spot because the variance, there's no legal leverage here to enforce the other challenging components. However, I slightly disagree with staff that yes, legally municipalities cannot trump the province, although they can go the other direction. However, we can advocate on communities' behalf. So whether we get traction or not, that is still a piece that we can do. And bigger picture, just zooming out here, and we're going to touch on it later in the agenda tonight. But the reality is that the OCP dictates the zoning for your community. So if you dislike the density that is preset in a 2010 OCP, then your opportunity to change that will be when we review and go through our new OCP. So some provincial mandates we're going to discuss later, and there's advocacy paths that we will touch on. But from a municipality perspective, your biggest power is through your OCP, because that sets the lay of the land. So this is sort of a pre-existing piece that we're trying to tackle through different components now, but for future issues and preventing that is your #1 conduit into tackling this, because it's not just special to this property, it's throughout the entire community. So I appreciate all things, and when I shush you, I don't mean to be rude. It's just like there is some decorum and a safe space for all opinions. So thank you.
Thank you, counselors. I appreciate how messy this is for the community. This is a long time that those in proximity have endured. It's in similar places where there's phased developments, and Sun River is still not complete, although the zoning of the day goes back to 2003, I believe. This one is a little bit more recent, but it's still 10 years long. And it's a growing community. The zoning was significantly higher than what was actually where we're at now, but with suites, it would probably end up being about the same. What we're here today for is a variance for the road dedication. And I recognize, though, that this has brought in other elements that are important to our community. We're not ignoring all of that. As others have said, that I do expect the developer, though, to connect with the resident impacted with a boulder in their yard. It is a result. It may not be your fault, our fault, but it is a result of this development occurring in proximity. That's why it's fallen. There's no other reason why it hadn't. It's the same as when Brailsford residents came to us to the day because their houses were coated in dust from a previous developer blasting that had no good neighbor policy in place whatsoever. My understanding, though, is that when Verity came in, they met with and made good and did things that balanced things out for those residents and made it more palatable. My understanding is that happened. So I'm hoping that you will be, in fact, I'm asking, not hoping, to be a good neighbor, because they don't know who to call. That's why they're reaching out to us. So I'm insisting that be made good and that resident be comfortable and not terrified to live in their home. Like others, I'm like, you know what, until I see that, I don't want to vote in favor of this, that is done. But I'm sure that since this is on the record and we know the party's responsible now and you're here, that would actually take place. It is a road variance that we're doing here. The blasting that impacted Ellis Stream perhaps occurred a long time ago, before anyone in this room was here. So at least in some ways, oddly, through development, we can actually put the land back, hopefully in a better state, like we've seen in other places in our community, where invasives are removed, more indigenous plantings are put in place, the vegetation takes over, and we see natural wildlife reemerge back in these places. And so yeah, I understand that, but I certainly want to see an improvement to the neighborhood, so at least there's comfort in what's going on there. If the blasting is set to be finished in February, then you must finish it then and not continue without any notification to the residents. I think that's just a fair thing for residents to expect. If it's going to extend, then notification should be made. I understand in other parts of Sooke that's happening, where there's at least some notification, an alarm, or communication to impacted residents so they know what's going on next door. I don't think that's a big deal to ask when you're shaking houses in the community. When others are certainly doing that in other parts, it's just about being a good neighbor. And then I think going forward, although people may not be in support of the variances, they'll at least say, okay, you're here, you're doing this, you're making it right. We appreciate it. We don't like it, but thanks. We can at least sleep because we know what's going on. Is there anything else from members of council on this motion? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item. So if anyone here would like to exit at this point or speak with the developer, I'm not sure if they're staying or going, but this would be a good time before we move on to the next item, which would be our first delegation. Okay, looks like everyone's staying. So we'll go into item 6. Should I read out email addresses, or I'm sure it's available on the website. He said it was Verity Construction. So, okay. Next delegation is 6.1. The Sooke Region Chamber of Commerce has a sponsorship request. So we have 5 minutes for your presentation on the sponsorship. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, council, for taking the time and adding me to the agenda. I'm Deb Schenk, the Executive Director of the Sooke Region Chamber of Commerce. This will only take a couple minutes of your time. So we have a couple events coming up in Sooke that I think are very, very important economically and socially. I'm very excited to be representing Sooke by hosting the 5-chamber mixer this year in Sooke in combination with the music festival. This is going to be great for promoting tourism, bringing out our local talents, and also the connections between all the regional businesses and getting all the other chambers out into our area. Little nervous. So we're gonna, so I'm asking for money to help with the cost with representing Sooke to the other chambers. And we will be having a certain area in the music festival with some tents, and part of the money, of course, will go towards the purchasing of this tent. I'm hoping to make an impact by showcasing Sooke and having a chamber en blanc effect so that they'll know what the chamber's about, and that will be recognizable there with our businesses at the music festival. So I'm really happy that the businesses and tourism are actually going to be all at this one event. The other event that's coming up is very popular here in Sooke. I don't think anybody isn't aware of the Business Excellence Awards, which the District of Sooke has been sponsoring for many years. This is, of course, showcasing all our local businesses and the achievements that they have made. And this is all done through the votes of our community. We are adding a couple new categories this year with pet care and health and wellness. So the money that we're requesting for that is going to help with showcasing these added categories as well. We have 2 great acts added up. This event keeps getting bigger and bigger every year, which is why I'm asking for an increase in sponsorship as well to hold these events. It's quite expensive, as I'm sure you imagine. I would also like to add, every year you guys do sponsor the Business Excellence Awards, and I'm hoping that this could become a line item as a yearly sponsorship. So that it is just not something that we have to request every year, if you could take that into consideration. So, yeah, so in closing, just by supporting these events, you're just helping with the success of our businesses, just showcasing our vibrant community to a wider audience. And I really thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for being present, as well as for the information that you provided to us in advance. So I understand that it would be a total of $1,500. So 1,000 for the orca sponsorship for the Business Excellence Awards and 500 the salmon sponsorship for the chamber mixer at the music festival. So one thought would be, in terms of line item, we are moving to service agreements that are in place with the Chamber of Commerce. Is what you could do is just put a request in writing, like after this, that perhaps as we enter 2025 budget deliberations, could there be a consideration that service agreement be amended to include this, and then it would be covered off in that way.
Okay.
And then it would be budgeted as we move away from line item types of things. And then it would just stay there for the duration of the service agreement, and then reevaluated when that comes up. So that's just one way of maybe doing it. And then it's protected, right? But on this one, I'll ask, is there any questions? It's straightforward for 1,500. This would come from the sponsorship fund, I believe, or council contingency.
Either or. The balance in sponsorship is 2,500. The budget is 2,500. Or council contingency is available. I know there's other events like Sookorama, et cetera, that sponsorship or council contingency.
Okay, so we could just stick with sponsorship. Councillor Beddoes.
No, I was just gonna ask what's in the funds, and it was just answered. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bateman, then St.
I
Pierre.
was just curious about that 5-chamber mixer. Who are the 5 chambers, and And what's gonna happen during that?
Yeah, so of course there's Sooke, there's Esquimalt, there's Saanich, the West Shore and Victoria.
Mm.
So it's about networking and really having other businesses connect with us. I mean, even I'm starting to hold more networking events just within Sooke. A lot of businesses don't know of each other, and word of mouth is the best way to get your business out there. So this is what that's about, and finding that support system with other chambers as well.
Councillor St. Pierre?
Make a motion that we take $1,500 from the sponsorship fund towards the Business Excellence Awards and the 5-chamber with mixer with music festival.
Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor McMath. Would you like to motivate on the motion? Councillor McMath? Anything from anyone else? See none, all those in favor, please. Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. Thank you for your work at the chamber and have a great event. We look forward to seeing you at the music festival. Item 6.2 is decolonization. I'd like to welcome Mr. Jonathan Francoeur forward, please, and we'll put 5 minutes on the timer for you as well. Just, sorry, turn on the microphone.
My name is Jonathan Francoeur, and my family is on this continent from the Micmac, from the 1600s and French, and the Germans and Irish and English from the 1700s. I appreciate that you're creating this opportunity for me to speak. And I appreciate that you're being patient and creating a safe environment for everyone to feel as comfortable as possible. I felt shocked because I saw that the living environment was devoid of the living. People have been living here since time immemorial. And during that time, there were many lessons and relationships, evolution, growth. I was born in the territory of the Wasanic people. Now we're in the territory of the Wasanic people. The first settler that started destroying the living environment, from the stories that I've heard, was a Scottish ancestor, Grant, who used the amount of money equal to what your annual wage would be and gave that money to the Hudson's Bay Company. In exchange, the Hudson's Bay Company created an environment where Grant was allowed to log the trees and sell them to people south of here, where is now known as San Francisco. That was in 1850. And in 77, about a generation later, reservations were created by the government. And I think that it was all three levels of government, municipal, provincial, federal, or whatever other levels of government there were, that were complicit. Maybe there wasn't a municipal government back then. The reservations were like an outdoor jail where the indigenous people had to live. And the reservations still exist on the maps today. So let's think about that and talk about it.
Thank you for your delegation this evening. Okay, I'll move to item 7, report of the Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in the interest of time, I don't have too much to add to this. Just wanted to highlight to members of the public here today and anyone listening online or reading the report or watching this after the fact. As you can see from the HR update, we've hired this year over 25% of our staff are brand new. So just would encourage community members who are very passionate about their certain items going on in the community, just to be respectful of staff when you're interacting with staff. I, as the CAO, have an obligation to protect staff from bullying and harassing behavior. And so I appreciate that sometimes members of the public can be very passionate and frustrated that we don't have all your answers. However, just gentle reminder of the messenger. These people are just the messengers. They are not the decision makers. So if you have a problem, according to George Cuff, you come to me. So as your CAO, so please direct any of your correspondence to myself, R. Gray, Gray, at sooke.ca, and I will be happy to follow up with your correspondence. And I will leave that there. Happy to answer any questions about anything else.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gray. I do want to recognize one staff member in the audience, and that's Tara Johnston. I recognize that this will be your final council meeting with us. You've been here since 2008 to 2015, took a 1-year break and returned to us in 2016 and is now finishing up her time with us. I understand that our loss is Machosen's gain, so one community over. But I know that you've done a lot in your time here, so I just want to thank you for all of the work that you've done and wish you the very best in Machosen. And if it's too quiet there, you can always come talk to us where it's busy beehive. So thank you very much. I'll just look to council to please receive the report of the Chief Administrative Officer for information. Moved by Councillor McMath, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All those in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Thank you. We'll now move into our public question and comment period. So this is for all other items on the agenda except for the development variance permit, because that dedicated public item has closed. So all other items here. And there's 2 minutes per speaker. And who would like to go first? Thank you. And please just introduce yourself. We just require your name and the local government that you call home. We do not require your personal address.
Good to be with you. My name is Veronica Pemberton. I live in Sooke, and I always like to begin, and I really do mean it, how much I appreciate your work. The work on the variants just displayed just how complex everything is. And so I just appreciate your considering everything. I'm here to speak about item number, I'm sorry, but it's Bill 44. So I believe that's item number 11, but I turned my page. So I'm very much against this amendment. And I think most people in Sooke would be very much against this amendment. And I understand that the council is in a corner because this has been passed by the provincial government. But I'm here to ask you to be courageous and to stand up for the people of Sooke because we're counting on you. There's no one else here. And there's so much about this amendment that doesn't work, that it's undemocratic, that it's a blanket reorganization that we're already developing, and that it's going to, we saw the huge amount of conflict over a road variance. Can we imagine the uglification, the unsourced development and the conflict it's going to create in our communities? But more than that, other people will speak about that. I wanted to speak that there's a way out. And I was surprised actually that the staff recommended that this be passed. So North Vancouver is saying no, sue us. West Vancouver saying no. Parksville saying no. So you can say no. But there's also section 625 actually says if the infrastructure is not in place, you can decline it or ask for an extension until 2030. And all sorts of things can happen at 2030. Partly, it may not work in the rest of the province. So I just wanted to encourage you that there's a way out because we don't have the infrastructure. As Cindy said, we got one road in and one road out. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Other speakers, please.
This never gets easy. Hi, my name is Britt Santowski, a long-term resident of Sooke, and I'm speaking to item 13.2 on the agenda tonight in support of Council Pearson's motion. I'd like to present you with two reports stemming from a survey that I posted on social media, and I could just leave them here. I've also emailed them to council@sooke.ca and info@sooke.ca. And this is regarding the congestion caused by the closure of Charters Road and the impact that it's been having. Over 530 people participated and many shared their stories. Missed medical appointments, parents late picking up kids, increased isolation, increased stress, lost family time, lost customers, unbillable travel time, all directly attached to the traffic congestion. Every single person stuck on Sooke Road has a story to tell. Part of the long-term solution is to have a viable town core. More local jobs means less commuters. But when the district makes decisions to the detriment of our business owners, you're sending out the opposite message. This half-year-long traffic jam will negatively impact Sooke, and that's businesses as well as residences. I believe we do need an immediate solution. In my report from the Sooke residents, the longer the two, you'll see a range of solutions proposed. I have ideas too, but our expertise is limited. We are mostly frustrated people with opinions. I have participated with the local committee referenced in Pearson's motion, and there are good ideas from professionals in the field. I hope you take the time to read through these two reports. These stories are from the voices of some 500 people in Sooke, not here tonight. So thank you for your time and consideration. And I'd also just like to point out, I will not be here for the duration of the meeting. I work in Victoria. I get up at 5 and I get home at 6 p.m. So.
Thank you, and thank you for providing that to us as well. Other speakers tonight?
Hello, my name is Amelia Giesbrecht. I'm a resident in Sooke, former Machosenite. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm going to keep this short and sweet once I get my notes up. My apologies. And my notes are coming up, so I'll just go by memory. So I live across from Broomhill Park. I've been living there for a few years, and on the weekends, we definitely have our activity from teenagers, which is okay. But over the last 3 months, it's become somewhat alarming. Every weekend, we have broken glass on the park. We have broken washrooms, and just the infrastructure itself gets damaged. But I believe 2 weeks ago, we had a couch on fire in the middle of the park. My neighbors and I call the police. We call the bylaw officer, and not much is done. We're told that it will be potentially patrolled more, but that doesn't occur either. Last Wednesday, I was walking my dog at about 7:30.
Sorry, can I just ask which agenda item you're speaking to?
Oh, sorry, it's just about the safety concern of Broomhill Park. So this is my first time speaking. Apologies if it's not.
Not
associated with
actually
that.
on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
So usually the public input is directed to a specific agenda.
Okay.
But if you can just maybe give you the remaining time just to wrap it up.
Yeah,
and
my
then we'll
apologies.
see
Yeah.
what we can take away.
So, basically I was assaulted last Wednesday by intoxicated teenagers at 7:30 while I was walking my dog. Called the police once again and nothing really occurred. So I was just hoping that we could have some attention brought to our city parks to ensure that Sooke citizens feel safe, especially in daylight. And that's, yeah, my ask today. Thank you.
Okay, I'll follow up with the staff sergeant. The Broomhill Park. Broomhill Park is my understanding. Yeah. Okay, other speakers? So just a reminder, folks, that it is here specific for the agenda items. Thank you.
I was doing so good. My name's Tracy Snow. I live in Shirley, but I've been in Sooke for 35 years now. And I'm also the president of the Sooke Region Chamber of Commerce. So I've come on behalf with the list of the petitioners that signed the change.org petition to deal with the traffic congestion on the highway. I'm here to deal with that, to talk to you about that. I acknowledge that this is a highly charged topic of conversation right now. I would like to look forward calmly and with foresight to address where we need to go from here. I'm not here to lay blame, but rather to pool our resources to find some solutions for the immediate as well as the medium and long-term traffic issues. The petition, which is this one and the survey that Britt brought up, have made the rounds on social media, highlight our community's frustration with the status quo. The Sooke Traffic Commission has come together as a group to brainstorm some ideas, kind of out of the box stuff, to help us that we might be able to bring forward to help bring into play. I'm asking the council to recognize the Sooke Traffic Committee as a task force and instruct the CAO to work with us to help us get some immediate solutions put in place during the Church Road and Charters Road repairs and solidify and expedite the immediate, medium, and long-term repair goals. We invite you to show our community members and businesses decisive action and utilize the skills, knowledge, and experience that the committee members bring to the table.
Okay, so you referenced the Sooke Traffic Committee. Tell us more about what that is. I've never heard of it before.
Yeah, it came actually as a result of Susan Jones' survey that she put out, the petition online, which has there's 2,100 signatures here, but I understand it's up to about 23 right now.
Yeah, I'm aware of the
Yeah.
petition. I'm curious about the committee that you referenced. So who is on the committee and what is the membership of that?
The committee is formed by myself, Deb Shank, Jim Hartshone, Jim McLennan, no, Bill McLennan, Dave McLennan, thank you. And we've had a couple of the counselors come and sit with us to give some feedback to us as well. So we kind of came together to brainstorm what we could do,
So-
what kind of resources we could bring to the table.
Just so I'm clear, because you're asking us to do something, but I need to know more about it to direct staff to do anything. So the committee is comprised so far of 2 counselors, and a developer, a business owner, and Chamber of Commerce and yourself. And I see Britt Sankowski pointing to herself.
Yes, sorry, Brett. Oh, yeah, and Herb Haldane.
And another local builder. Okay. So builders, developers, and some local business people. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other speakers today?
I-
Still Susan. Yes, still Susan Belford. There's a lot of Susans in Sooke. I've got a couple of items I want to speak to. One, I want to speak in support of Jonathan's delegation earlier. The people that lived here, the Indigenous people that lived here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years were able to do that because they recognized that they were just part of a whole web of life. They respected the other creatures, plants and animals that they shared life with. We don't seem to do that. And it's pretty clear that we don't seem to value that because of, the public meeting that we just had.
And which item are you speaking to?
I was speaking in support of Jonathan's delegation. My second, and the last part of that is I want to just remind us all that landowners have rights and have responsibilities. The other thing that I want to talk about is item 11, the big zoning amendment bylaw. I echo the idea that maybe Sooke could stand up and say, no, not us, not now, because we don't have the infrastructure. One of the pieces that I'm seeing too, as I looked through the plan from the provincial government, the handout about zoning, was that it was a great example of siloed thinking, because it's written from inside the viewpoint that housing is the issue, is the only issue we have to be concerned about. And I'd like a little example of that. Relates to the lot lines, the setbacks allowed for side and back lot lines. They're too small to allow proper vegetation to help cool neighborhoods. It's those kinds of little tiny lot lines don't leave room for kids to play or for people to grow food. So yeah, sure. You'll be able to cram lots more houses, and that will tick one box, but at the cost of undermining the rest of what makes life valuable, which is being able to be cool in summer, have shade, have animals around you, have place to play. So that may be another reason why you might want to rethink approval of this zoning amendment, because it's damaging ultimately to human health and the health of other creatures too.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers tonight?
Good evening, Gerard LeBlanc from Shirley. I'm here to speak to item 11, the SMU bylaw. But first, I want to acknowledge Tara's work when I was here as Director of Planning. She had the institutional knowledge that I needed to have to do my job, and her diligence and hard work, her empathy, and her ability as a professional was truly appreciated. So Tara, thank you. As for item 11, you've inherited something that is inexcusably brought forward with a lot of hubris from the provincial government. You've been forced into a position to adopt a bylaw that, in my mind, as a planner, or former planner, I should say, I can't call myself one, a development consultant now, is possibly going to do something for housing affordability, but nonetheless, your staff has done their job and they've brought the bylaw forward. And I think that's very, very commendable. There's a lot of hard work that went into that. Excuse me, I'm here this evening, not only for myself, but I also work for Feral Estates. And we have a project team that's looking at putting a development together. And we're very concerned about what the impact of these bylaw amendments are going to be on the development proposal that we brought forward about 5 years ago. And we will be bringing forward again. It's something that is going to be a challenge, but hopefully, like your staff, will rise to the challenge of that. And despite the concerns with your actions this evening, you may have the choice to ask for an extension.
but you've been backed into a corner. And whatever happens, hopefully it'll be the right decision and won't take away from the work that staff has done. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for speaking tonight. Other speakers this evening?
Sorry about that. Perfect. Mayor and Council, thank you. I'm here to speak about item 11.
Can you give us your name, please, sir?
Norman Amiro.
Thank you.
I'm here part of member of Sooke for the last 20 years. I'm very concerned. I understand you are being put in a bit of a bind by the province trying to legislate something. I want to encourage you and council to really consider the impact it's going to have on us. I know there are concerns that have been brought forward about a developer that wouldn't, if we don't apply the new bylaw, would be willing to sue us because we're not meeting the provincial standard. Can we not meet the provincial standard in the meantime, as we are forced to until that is challenged? I'd prefer council to stand up and oppose this based on our logistics and our infrastructure. I was very eager to hear Councillor McManus talk about being an advocate for our community on some subjects. This is going to have a broad detriment to Sooke in the fact that we are now to a point that our infrastructure is not handling it. And what will happen in the future that if we rezone these residential lots, R1 lots, what is going to happen in the future when we want them back? Is it not going to be a concern that we'll never be able to have those single family lots available again? It's one thing to be forced by the province to try to adhere to a rule, but I think the rule is blatant, and I urge you as a council to reject that option and either ask for a delay because of what's going on. I think the province is more than aware of our traffic situation, but in this situation, I think to go ahead and amend that bylaw to match what the province requires, I think is going to be at our detriment, not at the province's. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking tonight. Other speakers?
Ellen Lewis. I don't know if anybody got through the whole bylaw that was amended, proposed to you. I want to speak to the 625 and where council can, in the process, can say no, and you should say no. Council is in the process, you can reject if the council is in the process of upgrading infrastructure services in the area. Are you? Absolutely. Charters Road. And we do know that Throop Road is another part that you want to deal with. The infrastructure that services the area is such that compliance by June 30th, 2024 is likely to increase the risk to health, public safety, or the environment in the area. Well, is that not Sooke Road? Is that not Highway 14? If you haven't witnessed what's going on there, it's a danger. And if we have any environmental issue happening, anything that changes a fire or anything, how are we going to escape? This is really a serious issue, and we have to say no more until, and you need to push back. I know that the feds are not giving any money for highways. I know the province is not giving any money for highways, only for trails and bike lanes. We need to force their hand, and it's your turn to do that. Or there exists extraordinary circumstances that otherwise prevent compliance. Well, the extraordinary circumstance is the road. It's extraordinary. Also, yeah, I did mention no grants. So Highway 14 is dangerously high in congestion, puts us all at risk for health and ambulance time, appointments, mental health due to stress to be home for children. We've heard of all those things that are going on. Fire, have we not heard from the fire department about how dangerous this is? I've seen across the road for myself, or on the road, I live on the road. The road blocked off, people trying to turn left into the gas station. Ambulance comes along, fire truck comes along, nobody can get through. We're putting people at serious health risk. You can say no. You need to say no.
Thank you, Ms. Slurs. We're at time.
Yeah, I know. Time's up. But time is of the essence here. And I would ask for an extension because there's more.
Can we invite you back, please? So the first timers can have a
Yes,
chance at the
yes,
mic?
please. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Any first time speakers in the crowd? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Tracy Clark. I'm a resident of Sooke, and I'm speaking also on item 11, Bill 44, and basically echoing some of the comments you've heard already this evening. And I see you gave a lot of thought and time to the first item on the agenda that is already 10 years old and focusing on one issue on that agenda. This item, Bill 44, and I have to admit, I have not read it in its entirety, but it sounds something very detrimental to this community. And I don't believe, based on my parents lived here for 41 years, and I've seen how Sooke has grown from then till now. And I don't think the infrastructure is in place to meet the objectives of this bill. And I'm very curious about what the population crisis is that we're having. Also, I think that you do have an opportunity to represent the community or to work on behalf of the community that you are here to represent. And so I ask that you really think about this and do whatever you can within your power to reject this this bill and the new bylaw. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for speaking tonight. Other first-time speakers?
Hello. Thank you for having our opportunity to be able to speak. My name is Candace Lind. I have lived in this community over 30 years. My family grew up here, and we had to move quite a number of times to try and find something that was appropriate for us to live in. So this item number 11 that's on the agenda, which is Bill 44, that is making very high density. If you're saying that you're now going to have lots that can have up to 4 housing units, how many people can live in those houses? The housing units, are they for 2, for 4 families? How many families can live in that area? And that's per lot. So now we have very small lots for people to grow food. I was part of the Sooke Fall Fair for over 20 years. And now I'm involved with the Sooke Food Chi because it's very important for people to grow their food and be self-sustaining. We always try to do that as our family, and we kept having to move because things were getting encroached. And speaking how other people are living in different areas, like by Broom Hill, we had to move from that area. Our kids would go hiking up Broom Hill, and then it eventually became non-existent. They just cut everything off and the kids couldn't go. So there's one thing there, but then it's the road. You know, it's just not housing, but it's also safety for all of the residents and all of us who live here. And there's many people with all different kinds of abilities and disabilities that we can't get into town. We're making our appointments, you know, within a certain time period. So it is really difficult to be able to try and run your life, trying to raise your family. I can't even imagine young people nowadays, and trying to work and get into town, make appointments, what have you. So like I say, and other people have said, you as a council do have a decision, and you do have the opportunity to see and push back on the government about making these decisions for us. Because obviously with those other developers,
Thank you. We are just trying to mindful of the time, but
You
thank
bet.
you.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
thank you, quite a few items.
Thank you. Do we have other speakers for a first time? Yeah, please come forward. Sorry, to our corporate officer. We've gone over the 10 minutes, quite a bit. Counselor Bateman.
An extension.
Counselor Bateman is moving an extension. It's seconded by Counselor McMath. Your extension is for this speaker and for Ellen Lors, 2 additional speakers?
Let's
or-
do that.
Okay, and
Speakers.
so okay, I'm gonna leave it to you. Counselor Bateman, what is your extension for how many speakers?
We'll do 6 more minutes at 2 minutes each for 3 speakers.
3 speakers to come forward. So is that what you're seconding, Counselor McMath?
No, I was just gonna add 15 minutes.
Sure.
And then if we need to extend more, we can do that.
Can you keep it as a 14 or a 16 so I can do 2 minutes or?
Sure.
So 14 minutes?
14 minutes.
Okay, that would allow for 7 speakers, and I will cut everyone off at the 2 minute. I've been generous and I need to tighten up there. So moved and seconded for 14 minutes. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimous. Please take a seat, gentlemen, and introduce yourself, please.
It was on, I turned it off, sorry. Yes, I should introduce myself. My name is Paweł Zając, and I'm a resident of Sooke, not for a long time, but it looks I came to the town at a very critical time. And I will talk about the Article 11, the bylaw 44. I think Sooke really, the town should stop it and don't comply with it at this moment. As from what I read and what I learned from the local people and I experienced myself, the infrastructure is really at stretch here. And if there be new allowance for a new developments, increasing the capacity of the town and number of inhabitants, me being one of them coming to town as a new person, I believe it will be really detrimental for the town. And that's the moment where the town, I believe, got very strong arguments in the province to reject it, because evidently infrastructure is not in capacity at this moment to allow for more rapid development. It will be detrimental to everyone in town, as well as for the people who will come to town, for the new people as well. So that's something I would like to put forward for everyone. It will be very difficult and hard decision to make, but I think in like 2 years maybe time, the situation would allow to look into that again and see if the progress can be made. Because with the developments as it happens now, it's impossible. It supports what people said already. I read like 900 cars were in the queue for 2 hours on the distance of nearly like 10 kilometers from Sooke. I lived in London in England, and I never seen anything like that any part of the town. And it's a 20 million
Okay,
people
thank
town.
you. Next speaker, please. Was there another speaker? Yeah, like I'd like to get he's speaking for the first time.
I'll be quick, because what I want to say is, yeah, Sinclair Philip Murray Road. I would like to join all the previous speakers in encouraging you to reject the implementation of Bill 44. I think we cannot afford any further erosion of our municipal powers. We learned only a few minutes ago that the province overrides our ability to deal with our streams and watersheds. And it is the same thing in so many other areas. We don't need less local control. We need more local control. If we implement Bill 44, we will accelerate growth here. And as so many people have said before me, based on their own experience, we're lacking in infrastructure. So I would just encourage you to, as have West Vancouver, North Vancouver, and other areas of the province, to stand up against the implementation of Bill 44, which I think can only be detrimental to the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, first timers, please.
Hello there, it's Steve Anderson, resident of Sooke. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. I just wanted to do a quick comment and actually a bit of a question. Item number 8, I believe it is. That's the public comment and question period. Was there something a few meetings ago where there's something legislated from the province about limiting public input into bylaws, and then things got changed as far as what was allowed?
For clarity on this particular bylaw, it would be to prohibit public hearings. So that would mean going forward that there would be no opportunity for the public to speak.
And since
That's
then,
not our procedural bylaw, by the way, which we allow and encourage public input.
okay. So, and I had a kind of sense at the time that because of that, the council has been allowing more public, just general input and questions and comments. And
I think it's more because we're happy to see people in the gallery. Sometimes we're just here by ourselves and everyone's viewing on YouTube and commenting online. So when we actually have members of the public that sit with us, it's nice to actually hear from them.
yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, is almost kind of an unofficial, a little bit of a pushback to something the province was trying to tell us what to do, but instead we'll keep doing things the way we like to do it. As far as I'm just saying I appreciate it. That's my point. I'm getting it's just a comment about appreciating what this council has done in times when it is standing up, doing what's right, and allowing the public to speak as much as possible, because that's the true democratic way. Awesome. So I have to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Other speakers tonight, the first timers on this item? Yeah, it's fun.
Good evening. I would like Malcolm McNaughton again. I'd just like to speak to item 11, the SMU as it's known. I have read the legislation. I have been on the provincial webinars. I've read several jurisdictions, versions of this that have been coming out. And one of the things that I hear over and over again is the fact that the province has not come out with the detailed information on Bill 46, which is the infrastructure piece. And so that is where this is the ball is sort of being dropped by the province, is they've come out and said, here, let's zone all of this stuff. Oh, and we've got a framework for additional infrastructure, but we haven't given you any of the details of how it's all going to work and how you're actually going to be able to make all of this work. And I think that's just caused a lot of angst for everybody, in addition to the actual density and the et cetera. And, I really appreciate the comments of the people here today. They're good comments. Things like setbacks, those are important things for our community to understand, is how do you have those things? And so I would just really encourage folks to take a hard look and have a made in Sooke solution. I live in Langford. I don't add to your traffic. I don't, maybe I'll move out here when I retire and go fishing, but until then I'll stay in Langford and come out and continue to develop commercial and residential and affordable housing. So thank you.
Thank you for that insight. Other speakers tonight for the first time? I'll save time for you, Ms. Loris. Don't worry.
Good evening. My name is Adam Noseworthy. I live in Sooke on Sooke Road for the last 13 years. At this time, I realize I seriously regret that move. I've watched rapid, dense development already occur all around me. As it turns out, where some homes were, there were many smaller tent lots. Real nice to find out too. It's pretty scary to think about what ramming through the zoning bylaw amendment would look like for the rest of our community. We have enough problems in our town as it is. We need to be smarter now and not make them worse. I'd like to encourage council to look up the definition of a mandate in Black's Law Dictionary. Turns out it is an agreement between two parties. It is not something that must be done. It is not set in stone. I would encourage you to think twice about this new zoning bylaw amendment. It's also it's very scary actually to think about running through something so rapidly without any process or consultation with the public. I think that leads to a lot of mistrust with the public. And I think you guys are going to do better. I know you know better.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers tonight? Ms. Lurs, would you like to wrap it up, please? Thank you.
Take the rest of the time, right?
No, it's still 2 minutes.
Come on. Well, we don't have adequate sewers or water or roads. So again, 625. Businesses and industry will not invest in Sooke for employment due to the uncertainty of the road, due to the accidents, constructions, and natural causes, which means people have to commute. Still comes down to inadequate infrastructure, so Sooke can't prosper. In Colwood, action was taken to legalize illegal suites, thus filling the amount of housing required. This was done by charging a minimal fee and making it easier for illegal suites to be legal. And then the community could also collect the sewer charge to offset costs. Why are we not looking at this? And we could also reach the housing needs assets. However we do that, I have no idea. How do we find out what the housing needs are and who does the report? And how is the number generated? No public hearings, no notices to neighbors could bring a lot of anger and frustration to neighborhoods, as this would certainly change the look and feel of our neighborhood. There would also be no call to ask for community gardens or allow for neighborhood gardens, which also removes the ability to remove the CO2 from the increased traffic. There was another question about putting, what was that, putting, yeah, I'm not using up my time base, I forgot. And really and truly, the problem with the infrastructure with the feds and the province, that you cannot lobby or ask for any money to improve the roads. And they're not going to improve the roads. They won't do it unless you push back. You have to say, no, we can't do it. We don't have the infrastructure. You have to call them up on it. And we hope that you have the strength and the power to do that. You have the power. We hope they have the strength and courage. And we look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lures. Okay, we do need to wrap this up. It's 9 o'clock, so. I did say Ms. Lures was going to be last. So we're at time. Thank you. But I think we really appreciate everyone's comments and for being here tonight. I am though going to request that we have a health break of 10 minutes, please, for the benefit of council. So it's 9 o'clock. I would like to see everyone back, please, at 9:10. Thank you. So to those viewing online, we'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, everyone, can you please take your seats? It's 9:10. If we could continue on with tonight's meeting, please. Thank you. Well, we can go until 2 a.m, 3. As long as it takes. Okay, thank you, everyone. So we are on item 9, and that is our consent agenda. So that item is then. Can I please have quiet in the gallery, please? Sorry, I can't multi-think, so it just focusing on what's in front of me here. So that would be that the following items on the consent agenda be adopted by consent. Item 9.1 correspondence, 9.2 at McGregor Park here for information, and 9.3 committee of the whole resolutions. So I'll look for a mover, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by. I know, well, we can move it and then you can extract. So moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Its point of order is the appropriate way of disrupting the meeting.
Point of order.
Okay, what's your
Harbor
point?
Officer has something to.
Okay,
say.
thank you.
My apologies. It was resolved. It was before you said 9.3. I was just making sure 9.3 was included.
Okay,
Yep.
got it. Thank you. And so now I'll go to those who wish to extract something. And this will flow to the next agenda if it's correspondence, or to the end of the meeting if it's something else. So Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, you can either take your pick of excluding item 50 or 66 because they're both the same. But
Correspondence?
Correspondence, P 202400604. I'd like that brought forward for discussion at the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, does staff have that request for correspondence? Okay. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 39, John Muir School traffic safety concerns. Item 54, landslide, 6825 West Coast Road.
Okay.
And item 62, request for capacity analysis and traffic management solutions for Highway 14.
Okay, so those items will go to the next regular agenda. Staff have all of that. Was there anything else? Okay, everything else would be received and filed. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So item 10, we're at 10.1. Yes, UBCM Asset Management Planning Grant. To say our CAO, please.
I believe our head of IT.
Yeah, yeah.
Will be presenting this.
Through your mayor, this report aims to seek council support for staff to submit a grant application to UBCM's Asset Management Grant Program. The grant would fund a GIS co-op student for a 4-month term to transfer collected data and inspections into the district's asset management system. The initiative follows a successful hiring of a co-op student in 2022 who created approximately 2,600 new asset records, it's trees and culverts. The additional resource is essential for timely data transfer, allowing our GIS staff to maintain up-to-date records and enabling the parks and engineering departments to better understand the maintenance needs. That's the end of the report.
Thank you. Any questions of the report? Okay, the recommendation is that council support the district's 8,626 grant application to the Union of BC Municipalities Asset Management Grant Program and agree to provide overall grant management. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by everyone, but I'll go with McMath. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. 10.2, Statement of Financial Information Report.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the interest of time, I don't have anything further to add to the report. Happy to answer any questions. This is just a legislative requirement to have this statement of financial information completed by June 30th and endorsed by council.
Questions for members from members of council? Okay, recommendation is that the report from the Director of Financial Services regarding the 2023 Statement of Financial Information Report be received, and that the District of Sooke 2023 Statement of Financial Information be approved for submission to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and that the Mayor and Director of Finance be authorized to sign the Statement of Financial Information Approval Form. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by La Jeunesse. Councillor, any comments? No. Anything from anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, just thank you very much for this annual report. I just note that with the long-term liabilities that our current loans largely for fire equipment are at $2 million, and that these will be paid off by 2028. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, that is when we would be debt free actually as a municipality. So we're right near the end there. Okay. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, 11.1, the zoning bylaw amendments to permit small scale multi-unit housing.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council and members of the public. Before us tonight are proposed zoning bylaw amendments to respond to the province's Bill 44 small scale multi-unit housing requirements. This has been introduced to council once before on March 25th, as you will hear about shortly as part of the presentation prepared by Brittany and Kara from Urban Systems. I'm not going to say too much, but I will say that a significant amount of work has been completed in a very tight timeline to bring the District of Sooke's zoning bylaw into compliance with this provincial legislation. This work has impacted many service areas, including engineering and wastewater and GIS, to help model the impacts of what is proposed and help prepare what is before you tonight. I'd also like to note that there is, should the bylaw be adopted, there is opportunity to monitor these changes. And as part of a zoning bylaw comprehensive review in the future, we can return with updates if needed. On that note, I am happy to turn it over to Brittany and Kara.
Thank you, Kara. Good evening, Mayor and Council. In the interest of time, we will get started right away here on this item. So this evening, we will be providing you with an overview of Bill 44, the small scale multi-unit housing legislation that we spoke with you about back in March, and providing you with a quick review, a recap of the legislative requirements and the provincial state standards associated with this bill. We'll then be discussing with you small scale multi-unit housing in Sooke, what this means for the district and where it applies, as well as the proposed zoning amendments that are included as an attachment to your council report. And then we will provide you with a quick summary of the proposed changes, the legislation, and some next steps that you should consider. Okay, so getting right into it. What is Bill 44 and the small scale multi-unit housing legislation? The introduction of Bill 44 is intended to help the province implement their provincial plan Homes for People, which is all about housing. This Homes for People action plan aims to deliver more homes faster in British Columbia and is focused on 4 key priorities: unlocking more homes faster, delivering more affordable housing, helping those with greatest housing need, and creating a housing market for the people. The legislation intends to streamline development approvals, which will in turn facilitate an increased supply of housing, improve the diversity of housing forms that are offered, and build more complete sustainable communities. Bill 44 was enacted in November of 2023, and as a result, local governments are now required to first regularly update their housing needs reports, official community plans, and zoning bylaws to accommodate 20 years of projected growth and capacity. The second item that Bill 44 introduced is prohibiting public hearings for housing-related rezonings or zoning amendments that are consistent with an official community plan that is in place. And the third item that Bill 44 introduced that we will be discussing this evening is accommodating via zoning up to 6 units of housing in areas previously restricted to single-family or duplex housing. Item 1, noted on the slides here, will be brought forward to council at a later date, as local governments do not need to fulfill the required housing needs reports or OCP zoning bylaw updates until late 2024 and 2025. Item 2 was presented to you through your procedures bylaw discussion on April 29th and May 13th, and this will be brought forward for first reading at some point by staff in early July. And item 3 is the main focus of our presentation today, which will aim to accommodate small-scale multi-unit housing in the district of Sooke. And I should note that the legislation indicates up to 6 units of housing, but in Sooke, only 3 to 4 units of housing apply. And so I will clarify that further in the presentation as we move forward. So the small scale multi-unit housing requirements introduced by Bill 44 apply broadly to lands that the legislation refers to as restricted zones. And a restricted zone is any zone where the permitted residential use is limited to single-family dwellings or duplexes. This does not include manufactured homes. And I will discuss where restricted zones are located in Sooke as we continue to move through the presentation. So getting into the nitty-gritty of the legislative requirements and the provincial site standards, which is a manual that I will be discussing. How does the small-scale multi-unit housing legislation work? So in restricted zones, those areas which currently only allow for single-family dwellings and or duplexes, local governments must now permit secondary suites and or accessory dwelling units, a minimum of 3 to 4 units subject to certain requirements and exemptions, or up to 6 units per lot near transit stops with frequent service. In Sooke, you do not have any lots that meet the requirement for up to 6 units. Frequent transit service is described by the province as service every 15 minutes between the hours of 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. on weekdays, and you do not have transit service that meets that requirement. So this last bullet point is not applicable in the context of the district. In terms of the criteria for secondary suites and accessory dwelling units, these must be permitted on any lot that meets the definition of a restricted zone. And that's essentially all there is to that component. The next piece is the eligibility criteria for 3 to 4 units. And so whether or not a local government must allow up to 3 to 4 units on a lot in a restricted zone is determined by a few different factors. So the first one being whether the lot is within an urban containment boundary as established by an official community plan and or a regional growth strategy. And so in the context of Sooke, the regional district does have a regional growth strategy that identifies the district of Sooke as being within the regional growth strategy's urban containment boundary. And your official community plan also identifies a community growth area, which aligns with that regional growth strategy's urban containment boundary. The second component is the population size. So communities that have a population of greater than 5,000 people, and the district obviously exceeds that requirement. The third component is based on lot size. And so 3 units, a minimum of up to 3 units must be permitted for parcels that are less than 280 square meters in size. And 4 units must be permitted for a minimum of up to 4 units must be permitted for parcels that are greater than 280 square meters in size. And the final eligibility criteria is if a lot is serviced by municipal water and sewer systems. In instances where lots meet all of the criteria, but they are within the ALR, they are protected under the Heritage Conservation Act. They are protected under a heritage designation bylaw. They are subject to a heritage revitalization agreement, or they are subject to a hazardous condition. They may be classified as being exempt from the 3 to 4 unit requirement. So in addition to Bill 44, the province has released a provincial policy manual and site standards document as shown on the screen, which you may be familiar with. And this document is a comprehensive tool that was intended to support local governments in interpreting and implementing the new legislation in the context of their communities. The manual provides 4 site standards packages that local governments must consider as per the legislation when they are implementing the small-scale multi-unit housing zoning requirements for compliance. And so the packages apply based on the different criteria. So there's a package that applies to where you must permit secondary suites and or accessory dwelling units. And then there are packages that apply for those lots that must provide up to 3 units, a package for those lots that must provide up to 4 units, and a package for those lots that must provide up to 6 units. And if the local government decides to vary from the standards outlined in the provincial policy manual, the local government must provide a rationale to the ministry as to why you do not choose to follow the manual. In terms of the timeline and expectation for compliance, Bill 44 indicates that local governments must update their bylaws to align with Bill 44 and the provincial policy manual by June 30th, which is coming up at the end of this week. As well, local governments must not undermine the legislation or do anything that could be interpreted as unreasonably prohibiting or restricting the use or density of use that must be permitted. So for example, an unreasonable approach would be to allow single-family homes and 3 small suites on parcels that are required to permit 4 units, or to set restrictive height or setback requirements that disrupt the viability of SHMU housing forms. The intent of the legislation is to increase the availability and diversity of housing. So the province is strongly recommending that zoning permissions be broad here to permit a broad range of housing types. Local governments that do not comply with this new legislation may be subject to a ministerial order, which will then supersede your local zoning bylaw until you achieve compliance. So how does this apply in Sooke? In Sooke, restricted zones, if you recall from our discussion earlier in March, we talked about where the restricted zones are in Sooke, and they're shown in this table here. So there are a number of rural zones, RU1, RU2, RU3, RU4, and RU5 are all classified as restricted. There are 3 single-family residential zones, RU1, RU2, RU3. And there are also a number of comprehensive development and mixed-use zones as well that are classified as restricted. And those are CD1, CD2, CD3, CD5, CD9, CD12, and CD14. This figure, which is also included in your package, I believe, shows the number of lots required to permit secondary suites or accessory dwelling units in Sooke. So those are all the parcels that are shown in blue on this figure here, which is just over 2,200 lots. This figure is very tiny, as there are only 68 lots in the district that are required to permit up to 3 units, and they're all a little bit smaller in size there. So it's a little bit harder to see, but these lots are zoned R1, R2, R3, CD2, and CD14. And this next one is a little bit easier to see here. All of the parcels identified in this figure in pink are those where the district must permit up to 4 units, and there are almost 3,000 lots applicable here. And this is in a broad range of those zones that I mentioned and showed you on the slide with the table of restricted zones. There are also a number of lots in Sooke that are exempt from the 3 or 4 unit requirement because they are in the ALR. There are a number of parcels that are not connected to municipal water and or sewer systems. There are also a number of parcels that are larger than 4,050 square meters, and those parcels are also exempt from the small scale multi-unit housing requirement. And then the table also indicates here that there are no lands in Sooke that are subject to heritage protections or lands that are classified as being subject to a hazardous condition. But in total, there are over 2,500 parcels that are exempt from the legislation. And these are all shown here on this figure. Those that are in green are those that are not connected to infrastructure. The blue parcels are those greater than 4,050 square meters in size, and those that are pink are in the ALR. Okay, so getting into our proposed approach for the zoning amendments for compliance. First, I'll discuss the secondary suites and accessory dwelling unit requirement. Currently, the zoning bylaw refers to accessory dwelling units as small suites. So this would be a suite that is detached from the building, and a secondary suite is attached to the principal dwelling unit, which could be a single family home. The zoning bylaw currently permits secondary suites or small suites in rural and residential zones, so no change to the bylaw was required on this front. However, there was a number of CD zones that do not meet the provincial requirement currently for permitting a minimum of one secondary suite or one small suite. And therefore, in the zoning amendments that we propose, we have proposed to permit a small suite and or a secondary suite on those CD zones that are classified as restricted. In addition, another consideration as it relates to secondary suites and accessory dwelling units is that the provincial policy manual indicates that only secondary suites, not small suites, should be permitted on properties that are less than 1 hectare in size that are not serviced by sewer systems operated by a local government. The zoning bylaw currently does not restrict small suites on the basis of lot size. A use-specific regulation was added to the proposed zoning bylaw amendments to regulate this, which then requires small suites to be permitted on lots greater than 1 hectare in size or lots less than 1 hectare in size that are serviced by community sewer system. This is in addition to being outlined in the policy manual as highly recommended. This is a best practice that a number of communities across the province already apply to reduce any risks associated with health or safety related to permitting small suites on lots that are not connected to sewer. Something that council should consider in regard to this change is that this will create nonconformities on 36 rural parcels in the district currently. However, affected properties will not be required to make any changes, and the small suites that exist there can continue as is. Okay, the next element that we will discuss is the 3 to 4 unit compliance. And so our approach here was to try to maintain the existing structure of the zoning bylaw as best as we could to try to reduce the number of amendments to the bylaw. This will allow for hopefully easier implementation of the bylaw by staff and understanding of property owners of their new density rights as well. In addition, this will allow for flexibility in terms of the types of housing forms that can be accommodated in Sooke as recommended by the new legislation. And as a result of that flexibility, we have introduced a new definition of small-scale multi-unit dwellings as a new type of residential use to be permitted in restricted zones where 3 and 4 units must be accommodated. And finally, we have adopted the siting regulations as well as maintain parking restrictions in accordance with the provincial policy manual. Okay, so speaking to each of the types of amendments, the first one that we'll discuss is the housing typologies. And so if you recall on March 25th, when we last spoke with you about this new legislation, council put forth a motion at that time to direct staff to begin drafting amendments in a way that is consistent with the policy manual by permitting the following at minimum in restricted zones, a full range of housing typologies to meet the minimum 3 or 4 unit requirement. And so a change that resulted to meet that motion given by council was to create a new definition of small-scale multi-unit residential dwelling to address this resolution and align with the manual, which recommends permitting a range of housing forms. So I'll read you the new definition here, which is small-scale multi-unit residential housing or dwelling means a residential building comprised of up to 4 dwelling units, which may consist of a duplex, townhouse, or stacked townhouse, but excludes an apartment building, a cluster dwelling, a manufactured home, a row house, or a single-family dwelling. And so this table summarizes the changes that were made to the restricted zones in terms of the principal uses and accessory uses that would be permitted on the lands. And so the major change here is noting that single-family dwellings are still permitted. However, they are not the only principal residential permitted use now in most cases. Small-scale multi-unit residential dwellings are now also identified as a principal use in many of in all of the restricted zones, except for the rural zones where more than 2 units is not required. In terms of the accessory uses, as I mentioned earlier, secondary suites and small suites were already permitted in the rural and residential zones. So the only change to note on this front is that we have added those as permitted accessory residential uses in the applicable CD zones. The next component to discuss this evening is building heights. And on March 25th, council directed staff to begin drafting zoning amendments in a way that's consistent with the policy manual by permitting at minimum the height of a principal building to be a maximum 3 stories up to 11 meters and an accessory dwelling unit to be a maximum 2 stories up to 8 meters. And these numbers are recommended by the policy manual. But we should note that the building heights in Sooke's restricted zones for the most part already exceed the manual recommendations, which I will show you on the next slide here. And so if you take a look at this table, it shows the existing height maximums for principal buildings in the applicable restricted zones compared to the new proposed height maximums. And so you can see here that the only change that was required for principal building heights to align with the manual was to the R3 zone, which was previously 10.5 meters, but is now 11. And the building heights for principal buildings in all of the other restricted zones were already 11 meters or greater, so we have not proposed any changes on that front. For the accessory buildings, there were some more changes required here to align with the manual's recommendation of 8 meters. And that was to the R3 zone, the CD3 zone, as well as the CD9 and CD14 zones where increases were made from 4, 7, and 6 meters respectively to the 8 meters. All of the other restricted zones already permitted an accessory dwelling unit height of 9 meters, which exceeds the province's recommendation. As it relates to parking, at that council meeting as well, council directed staff to consider increasing the minimum number of off-street vehicle parking spaces for small-scale multi-unit housing forms as recommended by the provincial manual, which recommends a maximum of 1 space per unit to a minimum of 1 space per unit and greater in areas outside of the town center. And so per council's direction, we did not switch to parking maximums and kept the minimum standards. We have added a new parking space requirement to address the small scale multi-unit residential use, which is 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit, whereas the manual recommends a maximum of 1 space per dwelling unit. This change does result in a decrease to the parking requirement for duplexes, which previously was 2 spaces per dwelling unit. The current parking requirement of a minimum of 1 per suite for secondary suites and small suites aligns with the manual. So no changes were required on that front. And finally, other changes that were made to the zoning bylaw to align with the policy manual relate to siting requirements, which are the setbacks and the lot coverage requirements outlined in the restricted zones. These were not specifically discussed with council at our last meeting in March. We have updated the applicable siting standards for restricted zones to align with those outlined in the manual, and these are all shown on this table here. You can see the changes to the siting requirements for each zone in the markup of the zoning bylaw that was provided as part of your council report package. Okay, so in summary, we have made a number of changes to the zoning bylaw to ensure compliance with this new legislation. We hope that the proposed zoning amendments will not only satisfy the province's requirements, but also allow for easier implementation of the zoning bylaw by maintaining its existing structure and aiming to reduce the number of amendments as best as we possibly could. We also hope that it will allow for a flexible approach in terms of permitting a range of different housing forms to fit the context of Sooke as best as the property owner sees fit, as well as council. In terms of next steps, our recommendation for this evening is that council give first, second, and third readings to the zoning amendment bylaw number 910, 2024, that council adopt this bylaw, and that council direct staff to provide written notice to the Minister of Housing that the zoning bylaw amendments required for compliance with the small scale multi-unit housing requirements have been adopted, and that the exemptions applicable to the District of Sooke by June 30th, 2024. And there's a letter that was included as part of your council package, which was a draft to the province indicating the items that we need to mention to them to let them know that we comply. And finally, other Bill 44 requirements for you to keep in mind moving forward, but that are not necessary to address this evening, is that the housing needs report update must be completed by January 1st, 2025. Staff have included this in the 2024 departmental work plan, and that a subsequent review and update of the OCP and zoning bylaw must be completed by December 31st, 2025. In addition, removal of public hearing requirements for housing related rezonings that are consistent with the OCP must also occur. And so this will be brought forth to council as part of the development procedures bylaw. Thank you. We'll turn it over to questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the report and the presentation. We recognize that you're here because this has been the directive that has been handed to us. And we've simply been doing our part until we get the bylaw. And it's interesting because I was reminded that the public commentary that we so welcomed earlier was actually prohibited. And we were not able to actually receive public input on this. But your chair encouraged it anyway. So I guess I'll see what happens there. But anyway, I'm going to ask council, and we've gone through the presentation, but I think it was a benefit to the public to understand more fully sort of how this is being handed to us and the impacts where it has and where it hits differing areas of our community. So questions from members of council, and I guess I have one to start with. And what does a ministerial order look like? What happens there? If when there's a ministerial order put on a municipality, like what does that actually look like?
Through the chair, you will receive a letter from the Minister of Housing or the other community planning branch of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs indicating that your bylaws are not in compliance, and they will direct you to adopt the bylaw that we have drafted this evening, essentially, until you choose to revise your bylaw otherwise, if you wish to do so. So when that order would come, we're not 100% certain, but we are aware that the province is reviewing, as we speak, essentially, communities that have chosen not to comply, and that they will be following up with ministerial orders.
So in that case, so does the province send staff out to then, you know, like front counter staff to receive applications? Do they send out someone to handle queries and then to actually process these applications for us and approve them? Do they bring in that staff capacity?
That part remains unknown to us.
Okay. Here's questions from members of council. Councillor Bateman, then
I'll get
McMahon, I
started.
believe. All right.
Thanks very much. I've been trying to do some math here. Seems that there are 6,164 housing lots in the district of Sooke. Nearly 3,000 of them do not, no, 3,200 of them are exempt and that don't meet the SSM, the SHMU regulation. 2,890 do meet the regulation. 650 of those homes are in Sun River. They therefore do not qualify, given that Sun River is built out according to its zoning. So we have 2,241 lots in Sooke that can host 4 units. So I had a question. You cited a number 2528 are exempt. And yet in the letter has been drafted to send to the minister, there are in fact close to over 3,000 units that are exempt.
Thank you through the chair. There are some instances where there's multiple exemptions that may apply to a parcel. And so that is why the numbers would differ.
Okay. That's one of those gotchas, and I didn't gotcha. One of the key paragraphs in this document, and that's through you to our CAO to redirect, quote, staff anticipate the district-wide SHMU redevelopment will be slow and gradual, leading to incremental changes in neighborhoods. So if anyone could carry that one on and give a fuller explanation.
Through the chair. I'm just in reviewing the provincial policy manual and the documents that they had put out. They were observing in other jurisdictions that had infill housing regulations that were as aggressive as this one, such as City of Victoria or Portland, Oregon. And there's various in New Zealand as well. It was noticed that an immediate increase in housing supply was not being seen immediately. So the principal benefit of pre-zoning was just that single-family residential dwelling properties can redevelop incrementally to higher densities without having to go through a rezoning process. But the concentration of redevelopment was likely greater in neighborhoods that had larger lots and older housing stock. And they were seeing more of property owners coming in for like keeping their single family dwellings and coming in for a secondary suite with a small suite. So they weren't seeing tear downs and then putting in the full four units. So that's just being taken from other examples.
Okay. So while 4 units are allowed, your examples are seeing 3 units being utilized on those lots, infill lots. I also note that we have a statement here, the local government must provide a written justification to the Minister of Housing for the deviation, quote unquote. Yeah, so that's something we can discuss here as a council. That's not a question. You've looked at, I believe, the bylaws from Nelson and West Kelowna were used as reference. Have many of our 190 BC local governments adopted regulations to date, and how many are saying no?
Through the chair, a number have, yes. I believe there are some others, such as yourselves, that remain to make those amendments, and those will be hopefully done this week or likely done this week. We are aware of two local governments who have said no to making these changes. One of them actually deferred the decision until after the election, and one of them decided no.
Langley, I think, right? Was
Correct.
that one?
Yes.
I'll just make no more questions. Thank you.
I have one for clarity. With Sun River, I thought would not fall into this category, but you're saying that it does. Does it or doesn't it? Because I'm confused there. That's a CD2.
So Sun River is already developed. So even though it would show up as falling into this category, it's already developed and has a maximum, it doesn't have a maximum unit count. Yeah, it has a maximum unit count on it. So you can't exceed that maximum unit count essentially.
So it has reached its maximum unit count because they have been before us for an undeveloped phase. So, which is like the furthest point of that site. So
Through the chair, the only reason why they cannot apply the small scale multi-unit housing at this time, because they've reached their maximum of 715 dwelling units, it's because of the covenant. There's a covenant that exists on the property that restricts the density, and the provincial legislation does covenants trump. They remain in place, and so if the covenant is ever removed, then the small scale multi-unit density entitlements apply to the lots up there.
okay, thank you. Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, says 3 to 4 units must be permitted. Now, does that mean that it's mandatory for 3 to 4 units to be built in new developments? So developers still have the option to build single family if they so choose.
Yes, through the chair, it's a minimum of up to 3 to 4 units. So developers can choose to build up to 3 or 4 units. They don't necessarily have to build that full density. So that's correct. If a developer wishes to build a single family home, they still could do that.
Okay, and the reason I ask that is because there is one developer that has done one phase of his development and would prefer to continue to do single family dwellings for the remaining phases.
Yes, through the chair, that would still be permitted.
Okay, Councillor McMath, did I see your hand for questions?
I'm going to ask you some hard questions, and in your defense, I should have probably started the last time you were here. So did Urban Systems assist the province of BC with Bill 44?
Through the chair, no, we did not.
Okay, who assisted with the creation of Bill 44?
Through the chair, I am uncertain of the answer to that question.
Okay, and then in your time here with Sooke as a consultant and knowing Sooke's unique challenge with one way in and one way out, I'm curious, and it could be on us for a lack of direction, but why there isn't a recommendation that Sooke apply for an extension?
Through the chair, the extension requirement is based on, or the ability to apply for an extension is based on knowing that there are infrastructure deficiencies or studies currently underway. The road is under provincial jurisdiction, if I believe correctly. And so that would be outside of the district's jurisdiction to undertake upgrades to the highway per se. If there were capacity issues that were known to the district or staff at the time that were applicable to certain areas of the district, then we could certainly apply for an extension. However, these things were not known at the time of working on these amendments. And so it was decided that with conversation with staff that an extension request would not be appropriate.
Do you think that has changed in your opinion, knowing what you know now?
I do not think that has changed, knowing what I know now.
So I would just disagree respectfully, especially with charters and through us not getting approval for our sewage expansion. And regardless, whether it's our highway or not, I'm sure we prefer it was. But the reality is there is a serious risk management issue with that road. Regardless of who it belongs to, one way in and one way out, it's not feasible for us to complete this. So I'm a little disappointed that an alternative wasn't brought up, even if it was later and things have changed. So I appreciate your work.
Counselor St. Pierre.
I've got a series of questions. The first one is with regards to the 625. My understanding with the infrastructure, at least based on the presentation and what I've read, is that the infrastructure the province is concerned with is actually sewers and water. They don't seem to care if we have enough roads. Is that correct? Sorry, just. What?
It's a fair question.
Good question.
Through the chair, the province hasn't explicitly stated anything about roads being a concern or not. However, I think it could be argued if you were to identify there being concerns about traffic flows, you could likely make that argument to the province if you had chosen to do so.
Okay, so despite the fact that they're not actually mentioning it specifically, we have an option to actually come forward and say, there's an issue here.
Through the chair, the extension deadline has passed. So if you wish to do that, there would need to be some sort of discussions with the province.
Okay, so that's good information. So the opportunity to do this has passed.
No.
That's what I just heard.
I think if there was the case where we couldn't find a consultant and had no staff, that would be a reason, and we knew that ahead of this, then we would have applied for an extension. And then the road network is failing right now.
Yes.
As it is. And the challenge, even once charters reopens, which we hope it will on time, ahead of the fish window closing, is we still have limitations. And so when I hear from the province, get on with the through connector and advance it, it still requires an entire community-led process with a referendum and a yes vote for people willing to say, yes, we're okay borrowing for X amount of dollars for X amount of years in order for this to pass. We also are okay with an environmental wildlife corridor turning into a road. That's what I know right now. I do not know if this referendum would pass or not. Okay. And if not, then what? But that's still a process that's going to take time for us to put in place. We need to have a design that we can sort of price so we know what we need to ask to borrow. And then residents who are willing to say, yes, I'm fine with more taxes and I'll pay those, need to show up and vote. I don't know what that's going to look like.
Questions, is that okay? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. So according to our staff, based on experiences in New Zealand and various other jurisdictions, similar zoning did not actually increase development hugely all at once. It was a gradual sort of thing. That's more or less what we can expect, I would expect. I'm curious because of that, of what the province's intent with pushing this so quickly. And I know that's not for you to answer, but I do have something more specific that the province says they want to do, and I'd love to know how it applies. Building more complete and sustainable communities was one of theoretically the intents of the legislation. Since obviously housing supply is not something we can expect immediately, what does that mean exactly? I have an idea what it might mean, but I'd love to know just a bit more about that, if you could flesh that out a bit.
So there's 3 pieces of legislation that were adopted in November, and not just Bill 44. And so the other ones were related to new municipal finance tools, as well as another one related to transit-oriented development areas. And so Sooke is not within a transit-oriented development area, so we haven't discussed that today. But essentially, the province is hoping that with those 3 new pieces of legislation combined, we will see more denser forms of housing provided in areas that are already serviced by infrastructure, or where there's ability to upgrade infrastructure capacity to withstand higher densities, and noting that in the future, they hope that there will be better transit service provided in these areas as well. Essentially, it's aiming to concentrate density around where there's existing infrastructure, amenities, and services, so that you can have more complete communities. And so there was also a funding program that the province released late last year and earlier this year, called Complete Communities Assessment, which was encouraging local governments to undertake these assessments to identify what is a complete community and how can we ensure that our people are living within close proximity to things that they need on a daily basis. And this legislation complements those assessments and studies, which many local governments have undertaken or are currently undertaking, and they're using the sort of findings of those assessments to inform their official community plans that now need to be updated as well.
Lovely answer. That's great. This money that's available for grants, is it still available? And was it really applying to areas outside of, for example, large urban areas like Sooke? Because certainly the legislation as it stands, Bill 44, 45, 46 really seems to apply. And I was at the Housing Summit, it was unveiled. They were very clear. They were really seeing a lot of the development happening in the Lower Mainland, Victoria, and very urban areas with transit corridors and so on. And mostly it seems to be a bit of a Band-Aid that doesn't actually fit rural areas. It's not quite as good a fit. So do they have stuff here to make it work for us? Is I guess my question.
Through the chair, to answer your first question about the grant funding, the funding stream intake periods have closed. There were 2 periods and both have closed. Now, whether or not there will be another intake period, we're uncertain at this time. So if you're interested in undertaking a complete communities assessment, perhaps stay tuned for that. In terms of the question about rural context and the legislation's applicability for those, I believe this is the province's, and this is my own professional opinion, so do what you wish with this. But I believe that it's the province's intent to see local governments across all sizes of communities in the province to undertake better land use planning through their official community plan updates, and determining how best to create more sustainable communities through that process that best suits the unique context of your own individual community. And so that is something that you will have to undertake as part of the legislation. You have an OCP that's already drafted but hasn't been adopted yet. So perhaps this is an opportunity to reopen that and determine what you can do best for Sooke in terms of addressing future needs as it relates to land use.
Thanks. And I'm going to ask one more and then I'll probably come back. But we've actually increased parking requirements in the bylaw, but it feels like it might be used to circumvent the intent of the legislation. If you simply add enough parking spaces, you can actually crowd out the homes. Is this something that's likely to bite us, or are we pretty safe on that? Because we're actually looking at minimums as opposed to maximums, and that's obviously exactly what they didn't ask for.
Through the chair, the province has indicated if you choose to deviate from any of the recommendations of the manual, you have to provide justification. And so we have provided some justification in the council report for reasons why we didn't align with the manual. We understand that parking is a challenge in Sooke currently, and so implementing a maximum standard would have likely posed a number of challenges. We also acknowledge that your road rights of way in some cases just are not wide enough to accommodate on-street parking. And so off-street parking needs to be provided instead. And so if we were to provide parking maximums, that would be giving the developer the option to not provide any parking whatsoever. And we just know that that wouldn't work in the Sooke context. So this is why a unique solution has been offered here.
Thank you. And it likely will be accepted.
Likely, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions? Go ahead. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Pardon?
No, sorry, no, I just wanted to have a statement.
Okay.
No
Oh.
question.
You assisted the District of Sooke with its infrastructure management plan?
Through the chair, do you mean like the transportation master plan?
No. Thank you. Asset management plan.
Okay. Through the chair, I might have to defer to staff on this because not me personally. I'm not sure if Urban Systems has assisted. Yes, we have. Okay. Thank you.
Are you familiar with the report at all?
That document, I personally am unfamiliar with it.
Okay.
then I will withdraw my question.
Okay, Counselor Bateman, you had something? Yes.
Yeah, the setbacks. Now, earlier we heard during public comment about how these reduced setbacks will really impact uses on the land, right? However, I see on these maximum lot coverages, so you can only, as many as 4 units can only cover 50% of a property that is under 0.3 acres, or 40% if it's more than 3 acres. So does that provide suitable community amenities or family amenity space within a single family lot?
Through
In
the
your opinion?
Through the chair, we are aiming to align with what the policy manual has recommended, and understanding that we trust that the province has recommended those standards for a reason. And if they believe that sufficient amenity space will be provided through those maximums, then that can likely be achieved through the lot coverage maximums provided. However, one thing to note though is that through your comprehensive zoning bylaw update that you will need to undertake, if there are any concerns related to things like the provision of amenities or landscaping, tree protection, etc., that were not addressed during this round of amendments, those can be made at that time.
Okay. Stacked townhouse, is that equivalent to a houseplex? Or, yeah.
Through the chair, it's an existing use in your bylaw. So essentially, yes, you can stack units on top of each other, and it can be classified as a townhouse or perhaps interpreted as a houseplex as well. But it is a residential use that exists already in your zoning bylaw.
And here's a question. I noticed that in the exemptions section of the SHMU legislation, lands in a local trust area under the Islands Trust Act. So do you why would the Gulf Islands be given a break on this? Is it because of, yeah, I've got a theory, but.
Through the chair, I'm not familiar with that piece of the legislation, sorry.
Well, I'll offer that later. Theory.
Okay, so did you have a question, Counselor St. Pierre? Your microphone is on.
Actually, I do have a further question.
Okay.
And it's actually for anyone who can care to try and answer it. Obviously, we're past the time when we can actually apply for an exemption. If we wanted to actually delay this in any way, we're looking at a ministerial order and so on and so forth. But at the same time, we're looking for likely assistance and grants from the province in terms of actually dealing with our infrastructure issues. I'm not really sure how that plays out. And I would like some input in terms of whether or not this is likely to make it harder for us to actually address our issues with our road systems. My sense is that it could, but I don't know if a ministerial order automatically puts us on a blacklist for any grants to help, finish our roads. So it's a bit of a tough one, but I am concerned. So I'd love to know.
You're looking at an answer.
Through your worship, again, an answer, obviously, we don't know until, I don't think it would go in our favor. Ministerial, well, if you want my opinion, my thoughts are the ministerial order means we haven't followed direction of the government. And so us being a sample of somebody not following direction provided, and if we don't have a valid reason for an extension to the required legislation, when there's many competing priorities for grants, I'm not on the decision-making team, obviously, for, the province or the feds or UBCM that if this, reviews these grant applications, but, that's a risk. There's a risk that we could be seen as not, playing ball and not doing our part. So if there's 10 people looking for money, they only have enough money for 5 municipalities. Do we get left off? That would remain to be seen, unfortunately. I don't know we'd ever be able to prove that, I guess, would be my opinion.
Be hard to say because local government is the only ones that do grants in the public. aye, as you all know from community grants, sponsorship funding as earlier. Okay, I saw Counselor Beddoes, then McMath.
Yeah, I like to direct through your worship to staff. Not having the infrastructure, which we don't have, we clearly go out on the road there and it's not there for more housing. We can't even handle the housing that we have on the books now. In spite of closing Charters Road, which is 15%, we're still at gridlock. So how come we can't ask for an exemption just because we do not have the road infrastructure and won't have, and for another 2, 3, 5 years to accommodate this? We can't even accommodate what we have in the books now. So why, if as the time for an extension passed, and if so, why haven't we asked for one?
I guess through your worship, I assume, maybe if Urban can add on to this, it's staff's understanding that the exemption, it's not an exemption, it would be an extension until the work was completed, just to clarify that. It wouldn't be exempting us, it would just be giving us further time to complete X before the bylaw would be required to be adopted. So just clarifying that piece. There's very few circumstances where this would be applicable. So these lots are serviced by CRD water, they are serviced by sewer. There is a road currently existing. I appreciate that others may not think that it's okay, but then, would people in Vancouver say the same thing with their rush hour congestion? So, I mean, it's a difference of opinion, I think probably. So staff's opinion was that these are not eligible criteria to ask for an exemption or an extension to this. I appreciate others may not agree with that. That is based on the advice and information we received in the policy documents or the guidance documents provided. Was this wouldn't have been an eligible category. We don't have documentation to prove this. I don't know what other kind of studies we would need to undertake to show that this couldn't handle it, because there is currently cars on the road. The road exists.
Drive on the road for 2 hours. I'm sorry.
I know. We are just the messengers to this, I believe. I don't know if Urban if they've been doing this with other municipalities, but however.
To staff, I mean, you're doing your job and I understand that. You brought it to us, fine. You've answered my question. I appreciate that. I'm not happy with this whole thing, but it's not your fault. Staff and Urban has done a wonderful job at bringing this to the forefront where we are today. And now it's over to us. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think just to add to that is that we did have ministry here. We are all wondering, what are the plans for Highway 14? It took some time, but they did come into the room. And then we learned that there is no plans for Highway 14. And it's like, okay, so we're still dealing with what is next to that, right? And then we've onboarded 25% of our work staff. We're dealing with a failed culvert that we're fixing, and here we are. So there's more known because we don't control that road, as pointed out. So we brought in those who control the road, asking what's next now that the other work is done. And here we are. So whether that would have moved the timeline, everything is just set up to flow our way. And here we are. It's not the fault of staff trying to predict what would happen. It's just the reality. We had them in, and this is where we're at. And then for those that have been following the media, it was the case of what I heard was to get on and build this connector, which we cannot do because we don't have the funding. Hence what I said to Councillor St. Pierre, and there is no way to fast track that. And at the end of the day, if it was done, it's still one bridge that we don't control. So would that change anything? I don't know, because it's still down to one bridge, even if we did all of that. Councillor Lajeunesse, and then McMath, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that Highway 14 is not the bottleneck. The issue is that our municipal road infrastructure is inadequate. There's nowhere for traffic to disperse when it arrives on the side of the bridge. Highway 14 could be 10 lanes and it still wouldn't change that fact. So we have work to do internally here to develop our road network. And there's been transportation master plans over the years that have never been implemented. And so development has occurred on those corridors that were identified years ago. And so now we're in a mess because of that.
I'll just push back that the transportation master plan had been implemented. Wadham's Way was constructed, the town center roundabout in the middle of Sooke was done, sidewalks on Townsend Road. That some alignments, some of it is developer contingent, like the realignment of Otter Point to Grant, but at least that is in the development permits. It's not one that's actionable by us, it's on another body. So parts of it has. The most difficult portion on this side of the river has not, due to the cost, and the residents of the day made a decision that was democratic at the time. Councillor McMath.
Yeah, I partially agree with Councillor Lajeunesse. There are a lot of connector pieces to happen within the municipality itself, but if there is a significant event, whether it's atmospheric rivers or a wildfire, we're stuck. And there is one way in and one way out. And the province has pushed tourism and they built out the Pacific Circle Marine route, which is not an alternative route. And it's not just Sooke that's impacted by this, it's the neighboring areas. So you've got Otter Point, Shirley, and Jordan River. So the challenge with this is you've got one section of the province that's mandating an increase in density. I understand it comes with best intentions because people are looking for homes. However, Sooke has a unique challenge where there's one way in and one way out. And so if you look at it from a risk management perspective, it's a hard no. Like if we get stuck here, like no one cares whose responsibility it is at the end of the day. If there's a fire and people are stuck here and they can't get out, they're not going to go to urban systems. They're not going to they're going to come right back to us and say, what did you do? And so it is a multifaceted approach that needs collaboration from multiple stakeholders. So it is MODI. It is housing. It is multiple facets. And I would even say it's also health because BC Ambulance, we've got 2 buses in Sooke. And as soon as one leaves for one medical aid, they're gone for a minimum of 4 hours. They don't come code 3 back to Sooke. So that traffic delay, that delays them even longer. So it goes from 4 hours, that's bad enough. Now you're looking at 6 to 8 hours. And how do you explain to a community, sorry, there was a 6-hour delay, but we needed to increase housing because the province mandated it. So when I look at the application where it says we can apply up until June 30th for extraordinary circumstances, we are totally validated in that. And so I think that we should. Or I've sent an alternative motion to yourself as well, that if we are forced to accept, it will be with conditions because it is completely unfair for the province to mandate this with no assistance. We can't afford to do all of these expansions within such a small time frame. It's $100,000 for a 1% tax increase. You can't do anything with $100,000. And I'm looking at you. I'm not taking it on you. Sorry, you're just the messenger. But truly, it's absurd. So what we need to do, and we'll bring it up in a moment here, but I've got 3 motions out here right now to tackle those pieces. But extraordinary circumstances, Sooke absolutely qualifies for that. And it's not a risk that I'm willing to take to gamble on community safety because I don't know what the province is going to do. I don't know what they're going to do to discipline if they disagree. I don't know what they're going to do to support if we approve. And it's just not a risk I'm willing to take at this point.
Thank you for also pointing out the emergency piece because that falls on the mayor or the deputy mayor of the day to declare that state of emergency and then to deal with it. And then that triggers the EOC. And then here we are. So anyway, not a fun situation to be in. Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I'm very curious to see your resolutions or your motions. So hopefully those will come up shortly. But I did just want to say a couple of things. We do have some very professional emergency response people in this community, and in an event of a a major incident, they have our backs. So and you know that as, yeah. So I think we cannot, don't panic, I think is one of the key things here around all of these issues. Panic, yeah, let's panic. And of course, I'm not stuck in traffic, but we do have those reports now from Ms. Santowski and the survey, that so much documentation in our correspondence file tonight as well. I'd definitely like to see us send this written justification to the Minister of Housing for the deviation, that we lack the necessary road and structure, both municipal and provincial highway at this time. And just back to that whole point about the exemption of the Gulf Islands, I think that those are islands, right? They have a ferries to get them there and back, and they have capacity issues. But we have this single road, that is our capacity issue. So we could liken ourselves to an island out here. And yeah, so please.
So I'm chairing the meeting. Thank you. So, and I'll just remind folks that we do have an extraordinary emergency response. It's not just one solution. It's multi-events, multi-locations. It depends on what's occurring and where. So I just wanted to add that, and that's it's a 24/7 operation. Councillor St. Pierre.
I just wanted to remind people that the one road in, one road out emergency situation has nothing to do with whether or not we actually put this forward. It's a pre-existing situation, and if we have a fire that cuts up that road, whether we have 15, 16, or 20,000 people, we're still kind of hooped, and we need to figure it out. But those are not actually related as far as I'm concerned, not really. What we have is a situation where we need to address what happens if that road gets cut off. Whether we have another X number of people, we still need to figure out how to get people out of here. So I don't think those are two necessarily related as we think. The other thing is, we have had information that indicates that this is not likely to create a lot of extra houses right away. We had some comments earlier from members of the public that they don't know that the market's not that great right now. So houses would not necessarily get built. We have a lot of lots that are already slated to have houses built. This issue that we're having on Highway 14, which we're using here as a reason not to go forward because of lack of infrastructure, that's been a long time in the making, a long time in the
So
making.
Councillor St. Pierre, you're not asking a question, so I'm going to ask, it seems like you're motivating towards emotions. So is it the case that you wish to move the recommendation that's come forward, and then you can make a statement?
I'll do it for discussion. Yeah.
As you are. Okay. So we're just going procedure here so that we stay. I'm sure others don't want to wait here till 2, but we'll contain it a bit here. I'm going to put the recommendation that came forward, and that is that council give first, second, and third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 910 600-104 2024 amendments to implement small scale multi-unit housing legislation as prescribed by Bill 44. Councillor St. Pierre is moving that. Is anyone willing to second it? Councillor Lajeunesse is seconding it. Okay, now you may speak to it.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's not quite where I expected to be right about now, but that's okay. What I'm going to point out is that the issues that we have in Sooke have to do with we don't have enough local economic development. We don't have enough local jobs. We don't have enough local services. We don't have a health service. All of these things, for the most part, we're working on, but it's going to take years before we see results in terms of getting, real relief off traffic off Route 14. Not only that, but as Councilor Lajeunesse has pointed out, even if we put 10 lanes in, it wouldn't actually help us. Los Angeles has proved that. What we really need is public transit, potentially, to really get people back and forth along that route, and a thriving local economy that can meet our needs locally, and potentially another route out of here that isn't that one road. But that's going to take years, and we can't tear up Route 14 in hopes of fixing Route 14, because my God, we're going to be hooped. I mean, if it's bad now, imagine tearing up Route 14 and then try and get anywhere. That's nuts. We have to find other solutions. It's going to take us time to get it. But what we're discussing right now is essentially thumbing our nose at the province and our opportunities to actually get help with sorting out some of this stuff. and with no particular advantage. And from what I can tell, from the people who should know, no particular standing to do it legally. I don't think it's going to put us in a very good position. And from what I can tell, this is not actually going to make a huge difference in terms of the number of people or the number of houses built. We're going to have some people who can decide, wait a minute, I can now put in a granny suite and maybe a place for my kids to live, and it won't be such a hassle. Good for them. We have people coming all the time, and those people could do that right now. It's just going to be easier. It's not like this is going to actively change things, except making it easier for people to do what they've always been wanting to do. Take a large lot, put their family and their kids on it, and maybe have secondary income. They're still not going to do it in droves. They're still not going to do it in droves. So I understand that it's terrifying because we have crap roads, crap infrastructure, no local economy, no hospital. We are missing so many things. It's not even funny. But this is not actually going to solve anything by saying no to it. Anyway, there you go.
Councillor Lajeunesse is the seconder.
No, I think Councillor St. Pierre kind of laid out my thoughts exactly.
Okay, other speakers, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I've been sitting very quiet here. I didn't ask a lot of questions because I'm so disgusted with the whole process. But let me start off by first of all thanking staff and Urban Systems. You did what you were asked to do, and that is to bring us to it tonight, which it looks like we don't have a choice, but we do. I worked on the OCP for quite some time with a bunch of very dedicated people, and I know what the people of Sooke wanted, and it wasn't this, not anywhere near this. And I was elected to serve the people of Sooke and not to serve the province. Most welcome growth, sensible growth, supported by infrastructure. We do not have the infrastructure in place to do much more. Sooke for the last decade has produced a significant amount of housing, well above other communities of our size. And in BC, we're probably one of the leaders, yet we're lumped in with all the other communities. One size fits all. We're not Oak Bay, we're not a Esquimalt. Those have established infrastructure, they have bus service, they have all of those things. We do not. We're in Sooke. One road, and our infrastructure can barely handle what we have now. In fact, it is collapsing because of that. And I don't know whether you've been around the last few months, but we've okayed about another, I don't know, 100, 200 units. And they're all going to have 3 or 4 people. If they're going to move here with all this congestion, I'm not even sure anymore. But the one that really irks me most is no public hearings. I believe in democracy. And I think it's undemocratic. People need to be heard, whether we listen to them or not. I mean, we can ignore them, but they need to be here and they need the opportunity to say what's on their mind. If they disagree, then we can either take their what they say to heart, and a lot of times we end up dealing with the same few people with the same stories, but it's their right to be heard. And I'm a strong believer in that. And I think that this government with their draconian, whatever it is, Bill 44, it certainly does, I know what they're trying to address, but it's just that it's draconian. Everybody fits the same mold. Sooke is not like any other community. And we went through an OCP process. We talked to people. This isn't the answer. So I won't be supporting this motion. So I'd be interested in Councillor McMaster, but the way it stands now, infrastructure, we need help. I mean, just because, Highway 14 and, it's our job for the infrastructure and the side streets, that's not right. We've always had to have some help from higher levels of government. We get 2% of the taxes to serve the people, and other governments get 98% of it. Well, we need some of that money in this community so we can proceed with our road system. We can proceed with our sewer system and make it a livable place. What they're proposing doesn't make it a livable place to me. Yeah, there might be more houses, but what's our town going to look like? I mean, we're unique, and everybody said they love our rural atmosphere. So anyways, I've gone on long enough taking time. I will not be supporting this at all. Thank you.
Counselor McMath, come back to you for a second time.
I appreciate what Councillor St. Pierre and Councillor Largeness are saying. However, there seems to be a pattern here where there is a download, a continuous download. And since our first term here, we have been like begging Modi for an alternative route, to the point where they showed us multiple ideas that they had, only to come to the last meeting to say absolutely not. And I don't want it to come to a place where something tragic happens for them to respond and fix it, which is really how we got the funding for that corner by the 17 mile, due to semi-truck drivers having to get specialized training because it's such a bad corner, and the repetition of so many accidents to cause a flare up in their reporting system to push for that to occur. Also having John Horgan out and the tree falling over and he couldn't get out to the rest of his meetings help. I know what you're touching on, that maybe there won't be a huge push. But I dislike the comment that we're thumbing our nose at the province. That's not what this is. That is us doing our jobs and following the oath that we took to advocate for our community, who will tell you, you could stop any vehicle on the side of the road. Do you think that we should approve this? Every single one is going to have the same response. It's not that we're completely against it. And just like Councillor Beddoes touched on, Sooke has continuously supported the creation of housing in many different facets. We are the leader, probably just behind Langford, in doing that. And so that showcases that Sooke is understanding of needing to create the housing opportunities, and we do that. But this does not fit Sooke. Councillor Bateman nailed it on the head. We are very much like an island. We are isolated, and the opportunity to get closed off is real, and it will happen. It's just when. And so this is our opportunity to say, not now, but later when we can. And that infrastructure is not just limited to an alternative route in here. It is the roads within ourselves. BC Transit stepping up, because they are supposed to be pulling buses from Victoria when they cancel ones in Sooke, and I haven't seen that happen yet. That is us having the Sooke Chamber of Commerce, the Builders Association, all of those groups, all of us come to the same table to strategize about how we can attack this. But right now, at this point in time, we can't go ahead with this. So it's not that it's never, which we've showcased, it's just not right now.
Okay, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, what a fascinating conversation. This is good. Thank you very much for all your work on getting us to this point. You know, I agree. I think that what we need to do is stay respectful with the ministry and say we need a timeout. We'd love to go ahead with this. In fact, we've gone to this length of getting it to this point in time. What wasn't clear back, well, we all knew that Highway 14 was an issue back then, but the charters thing has brought it to such a heightened issue in the community that, yeah, as Councillor McMath was saying, we need to very respectfully outline why we need some time before taking a jump into this. It would be really good to have a housing needs report to further flesh out our housing needs. We are meeting with MLA Parmar on Thursday. You know, there is a South Island transportation strategy as of 2020. It was Urban that did this report, and it identified two alternatives for Sooke Road. There is a 4-lane section from the bridge out to Cooper's Cove. That is the least expensive of the options at 420 million or so. And then there was an entire second route at 80 kilometers an hour that would go from Sooke River Road out to Humpback. Okay, and that is coming in at over $1 billion. So the report recommended that we look at option 1. To get those 4 lanes out to Cooper's Cove and the second bridge and some other issues. So it seems to me that we just keep it very respectful. We're not going to war with the province. We are in fact just saying, look, we are a unique situation. We are an island, and I'm sure we could draft up a very nice, respectful document.
Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, I don't disagree with my colleagues here, but we do need help from other levels of government, and I think by blocking this, we are not going to get any assistance from the province or potentially the federal government. So I think we need to be careful.
Okay, thank you. Just some comments. It's not about blocking. It's just the reality is our staff right now are receiving applications and approving building permits. There is housing construction underway within our community right now. Occupancy permits to be issued shortly and more coming through the pipeline. So we are building units and approving units. My issue with the province is I don't like it when the public say has been removed. I was uncomfortable with it through COVID when we couldn't meet in person and we were all, separated. And then we came back and we welcomed chambers and public participation. Every zoning, we're not a community that is on record for rejecting applications at that stage. Often the public hearing has led to an improved product that has then been delivered out. So that is something I've said all the way through on this. In terms of this piece here, though, I agree with others in that we are approving units. We do have units coming on. I'm not sure that this is the type of housing unit that our community actually needs. Is it? I don't know. And we won't know that until the housing needs report is completed, of which the province just came through with the specifications just last week. And it's yet another report that our staff or a consultant, or we will have to find money to do by the deadline that they gave us, a day extension. So it's due January 1st, 2025. So we have to somehow pull together, find the resources to do this. So from a capacity perspective, should our staff be approving building permits and development applications or conducting another study? And where will those funds come from? So it's the case where, and then I think that'll inform what type of housing and the OCP, all of those things together, and then the zoning bylaw to be like, okay, here is what we need to do. My concern about this in the short term is I look at places like Artisan's Garden, an older residential home in the town center that's been converted into a beautiful commercial development that employs many local people and invites everyone in, and it's a beautiful use of the lands. There's potentially other housing stock like that would have the same vision, that would provide local employment, commercial taxes, and escape from the busyness of every day within our community. Will that be the vision of that land going forward if it's the case of housing? I recognize that Canada has let in 1 million new people in the past year, and we've welcomed many into our community, and everyone is welcome here, which is why we have a variety of houses from tall apartment buildings, the ones next door, and others with suites and duplexes all over our community to welcome residents. We have quite a spectrum. We also have an outstanding need to deal with more long-term care and the like, of which we're not receiving funding plans for. And so in some cases, it's okay, this has moved ahead of us, but it seems out of order to me. The housing needs report should follow, the OCP, re-invite that, and we put that on hold because we knew that that the province was coming with some mandated legislation of which we didn't know it would be. So if we adopted the OCP, fine, then we'd only have to reopen it, re-amend it, and start all that work again because we didn't know what that legislation would be. I'm fine with, okay, you need to update this every 5 years. That's good practice. That'll be more taxes that would do that, but it would just fall into the work plan and then the zoning amendments would happen. So this is just out of place to me because I don't see where it would fit in. But I also don't want to take those opportunities of having creative use of the land, like the commercial development that we've seen already, dentist's office, even an art gallery. Those are the things that the community really wants to see in place. And we have a lot of units coming online right now. Rental units, secondary suites in homes, the missing middle over on Wadhams. These are all under construction as we speak. So they're coming our way. And the other pieces are going to take time. The transit is going to take time. Getting more commercial development will take time. We were ambitious with plans to do that. We were not successful with the grant for the wastewater to unlock that employment land potential. And so it is the case where it just seems out of sync. So it's not so much picking a fight. I just think that I will look to the, and Councillor McMath had shared with me, and it's a request for an extension. So it's not to say no, it's just, I don't believe we're ready for this. And we're busy with other applications. We either approve housing units or we work on reports. Which one is it going to be? Because the capacity challenge is a real and live one. So I'm not in support of this motion, but I'll look for an alternative. Councillor St. Pierre, and then I'll call the question on this.
Well, I mean, obviously, can count the votes and see where this is probably going to end up, but I feel it would be unfortunate not to mention some of these things. So unfortunately, we can't really go with a zero growth, because with the zero growth, we can't actually build out our roads, our infrastructure, get the local economy going, get cars off Route 14, improve our community, and so on and so forth. It's just not going to happen that way. Meanwhile, we do need a medical center, a community activity center, senior youth center. We need those road improvements. We need a wastewater treatment plant improvements. We need public transit. And as Councilor Beddoes pointed out, we only touch about 2 to 3% of the Canadian tax dollar, which means we don't have the money for it. And we have to work with other levels of government. As someone with a bit of a planning background, I've looked at what this implies, and it's really just making it easier for sites that actually have enough space to put enough room for some development. I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference, and I don't think this is a hill we should be dying on. I'll point this out. I think what's going to happen here is that we're going to create a huge amount of work for staff, because there's going to be repercussions and then they're going to be dealing with it. And a report's going to be the least of the issues in terms of wasting staff time and our time. We're basically getting ourselves into a bit of a battle one way or another. And it's just going to waste our resources on something that I do not believe would make a big difference. I think it's important that we actually address some of the real issues in the community, which are things like Route 14 and seeing what we can do about fixing things. But this is not actually going to do it. And instead, we're going to waste a lot of time on it. And I can see where this is going, but
Okay. I will call the question. All those in favor, please. Opposed is Councillor Beddoes, Councillor McMath, Councillor Bateman, and myself. So that's defeated on a 4-2. Councillor McMath has put a motion forward that would see an extension. So I'll read it out. She has forwarded, I believe. So we'll see if we can get that out. But it says, okay, whereas the District of Sooke is currently in the process of upgrading critical infrastructure such as, but not limited to Charters Road, Throop Road, the sewage treatment plant, which is necessary to support the implementation of SSMUH. Whereas the infrastructure serving the area where SSMUH compliance is required by June 30th, 2024 is presently inadequate and poses a significant risk to public health and safety if compliance is rushed. Whereas the District of Sooke qualifies under the definition of extraordinary circumstances due to its geographical constraints, being one of the few municipalities with limited access being primarily through Provincial Highway 14. So be it resolved that the District of Sooke staff submit an application to the province of BC requesting an extension to the SSMUH compliance deadline beyond June 30th, 2024. This extension is crucial to ensure that necessary infrastructure upgrades are completed to meet the requirements of SSMUH without compromising public health and safety. The mayor and council of the District of Sooke advocate for this extension based on the extraordinary circumstances related to the municipality's unique geographical challenges. The District of Sooke commits to expedite the necessary infrastructure improvements to achieve compliance with the SSMUH as soon as practicable under the extended deadline. The District of Sooke collaborates with relevant provincial authorities and stakeholders to ensure a coordinated approach to achieving compliance while addressing local and provincial infrastructure challenges. This motion is proposed to safeguard public health and safety while allowing the District of Sooke adequate time to upgrade its infrastructure in accordance with the SSMUH requirements. That's what's on the screen. So that's what you would like to move, right? I'm just checking because they're I had another email, so I just wasn't sure. Okay, it's seconded, it's on the floor. And just the point to raise that Councillor McMath had touched on is that there's still the growth in the outlying communities of which we have no say upon whatsoever. So Otter Point, Shirley, Jordan River and the like, all of which have to travel through the same highway network as we are. I could share though that the wastewater is complete. So I would say perhaps that the wastewater could come off of this. It's a friendly amendment because the plant is commissioned and done and can handle all of this. It's an expansion to accommodate Keltassin, which isn't part of this. So you're okay with taking off the sewage treatment plant? I think that could come off because we've done that work.
In the last graph, achieving compliance while addressing local and provincial infrastructure challenges.
Okay, would you like to speak to this, Councillor McMath, while that's being fixed?
I mean, yeah, it's all in there. We've talked a lot tonight. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. We get the gist. I also have a secondary motion that I'm going to read out following this one, and it touches on a lot of the pieces that Councillor St. Pierre hit on as well, because we're kind of on the same page. But it does tackle some of the things that you would like to see us do regardless of the outcome. So I sent it to everyone about like 2 hours ago, something like that, but yeah.
Councillor Beddoes is next.
Yeah, I will agree with this. I think it could be even a little bit more blunt, but I'll go with that for the time being. You know, I hear the local governments, province says that they want to play ball and then they don't. And that's the part that upsetting me. If anybody in the province, including our MLA, come out here and look and see the situation we're in and not come up with some help for us, it sort of blows me away. So maybe this will get their attention. I don't know if it ruins things. Getting nothing more than we're getting now is still nothing. So I support the motion.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I would just point out that we're asking for an extension, but there's no actual time attached to it. I mean, it's simply, I guess what I'm saying is that there's no actual extension till when. I don't think we can get it done by 2030, but okay. I'm just saying it's an extension to no particular goal.
Requested extension date for compliance must be before December 31st, 2030. Not in there. Sorry, it's not in there.
Are we looking to add that in then?
I would take it as a friendly amendment.
Okay, just looking to add it where?
In that last,
I'll support that friendly amendment.
in the last line, allowing the district Sooke until December 31st,
December
2030.
Yeah, December 31st, 2030. December, not June.
Counselor Bateman, did you wish to speak? Okay.
Yeah, there it is. Sorry, I keep.
The other piece that isn't in here, but I know it's been touched on, is that we have 3 elementary schools on a busy highway. So there's been, I know that the trustees have, I've been advocating to the Minister of Education, for many years now. Our school trustees have done the same. We've been waiting to see and understand what's actually going to be approved by the schools. But all that said, our youngest generation is still having to navigate a busy highway for drop off and pick up. And the only potential change, or one that maybe not, is Sooke Elementary via Country Road, which is very busy as it is. But the main egress for all of these schools, the main entrance, are all on busy highways. So we asked Modi about incoming traffic westward into Sooke. It doesn't slow down. The speed doesn't change until it heads at McGregor Park. It's 60 barreling in, which is very dangerous for young children. Cicino School is a site of several unfortunate losses to our community, tragic losses. And it's very busy that time of day, and which we have the traffic control, or the crossing guards, of which the district funds out of sheer safety and the necessary for these children to get to and from schools. It's a bit concerning to see how this will impact families who have to pay for bus fees starting in September, 300 to 780 some, I believe, depending on the number of children. Will that be attainable for families? Will more families drive? I don't know. I just don't know. But the main point is that you still have to access the highway to get there. And what's going to change? So hoping maybe we'll get some news on what that looks like. But it's not there yet. So I think there's just a number of pieces that are out of our control that we're waiting on. And in the meantime, we are building units. We're one of the first communities in the CRD that probably allowed secondary suites on all lots. Maybe start with a community that doesn't have that provision right now. I don't know. Is there anything else on this that anyone like to say? Call the question. Are you ready for the question? Seems so. I'm calling it. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? Councillor Lajeunesse and St. Pierre are opposed, so this passes now on a 4-2. Okay. What is the secondary one? Is that to do with the committee? That should be a notice of motion. Because our staff are going to need time to process that. Okay, let's just, because we have the other one in the same. So the next one is 6-9. I'm going to ask, sorry to have kept you there. I'm going to ask council for a motion to meet past 11 o'clock. Motion to meet past 11 by Councillor Bateman, seconded by McMath. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor St. Pierre is opposed. That's carried. Next up is 6956 Grant Road West zoning amendment. Okay, folks who are leaving the room, folks, we're still meeting. We have another item of business that an application has been waiting for all night, and a lot of other business that we need to do. So if you're leaving, please leave quietly or take your conversation outside and then come back in and join us for the rest of the meeting. Thank you. Over to staff for 6956 Grant Road West.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and the public. This is a rezoning application for 6956 Grant Road. This particular property is 1,469 meters squared. Sorry, can you just go to the next slide? The next slide. Oh, sorry, that's the right side, sorry, yeah. So it's presently zoned large lot residential R1, and the proposal is to amend the zoning to the R2 medium lot residential. This particular zoning amendment will meet the conditions of the official community plan. Let's go to the next slide. So this particular property has a home, an existing home on the lot. It's sort of set back on the lot. So the proposal is to provide a panhandle access to the back of the lot for the existing single-family home and provide a new lot on Grant Road as shown on the plan there. You can go to the next slide. So just to point out that we do have one condition on this rezoning application. And originally we had requested that a covenant be put in place to achieve the $3,000 payment for affordable housing. In retrospect, just not sure that we need a covenant. The proposal as it's been changed at this point is to get the $3,000 prior to adoption of the rezoning. And so to put the applicant through a covenant, legal covenant, just seemed excessive when we're getting the money anyway now, as opposed to through a covenant. So that's a change being proposed in the amendment. Just to go to the next slide. So just to give you a sense of why this rezoning's needed. So you can see on the table, the middle row is the existing R1 zoning. So it has 1,000 meters squared as a minimum lot size. As this lot has 1,400 and some meters squared, you obviously couldn't get two lots with 1,000 meter minimum lot size. So with the new lot size of 600 meters squared, they can get two lots. So that's the primary difference between the two, and there is an increase in the coverage that would be permitted to 40% from 30%. So that's the main difference, is just enabling that lot to be subdivided into two to create a panhandle lot. Just to go to the next slide. Actually, next slide after that. So as we talked about earlier, a public hearing isn't required for this particular application because it is for residential purposes. It's more than 50% related to residential. So this doesn't have to go to public hearing. They are proposing, we have asked that they provide the right-of-way width that's needed for future design of this arterial road or collector road. So the recommendation, as stated, if you go to the next slide, is to approve go to rezone the property from R1 to R2. And that the $3,000 be taken at the time of prior to adoptions as opposed to the covenant. So yeah, open it up for questions.
Councillor St. Pierre. Okay, so I'm going to just check that councillors don't have any questions. It's really straightforward, and the applicant rationale is excellent. So it's a very thorough report. So it's been moved that council give first, second, and third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 908-600-103-2024 to amend the zoning of the subject properly legally described as Lot B, Section 22, Sooke Land District Plan EPP 4432 6956 Grant Road West, from the R1 large lot residential zone to the R2 medium lot residential zone.
Want to make a small comment?
Now you can, yes.
Perfect. Really appreciate the work on staff for taking the money initially and not bothering to go through the expense and complications of the covenant. I appreciate the flexibility. I think it's a great way to go. Thank you so much.
And seconded by Counselor Lajeunesse.
I just wanted to thank the applicant for your patience tonight. I think we should have moved this to the beginning of the agenda.
Okay, yes, thank you very much for hanging in there for this. There's no other questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimously. I was going to do these separate, and the second part is, and that prior to final adoption of zoning amendment bylaw number 908 600-10 2024, the owner agrees to contribute 3,000 towards the Affordable Housing Fund bylaw number 259. It's moved by Counselor Lajeunesse, seconded by Counselor McMath. The one piece I'll share is in the applicant's rationale, it did say that in the future, you'll be helping with tasks, your grandmother. So that's in writing and it's on the public record. So whenever that may happen, just, it is on here, just, we might hold you to that. Okay. Call the question. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much for hanging in there with us. Everyone has been here, so yes, it's yeah, lively. Okay. 11.3 is 658 for Throop Road, and that is that council adopt bylaw cited as zoning amendment bylaw 904 600-102 2024. Moved by Counselor Bateman, seconded by Counselor St. Pierre. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. 11.4, that council adopt bylaw cited as zoning amendment bylaw number 902 600-101 2024. Moved by Counselor St. Pierre, seconded by Counselor Bateman. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. 11.5, that council adopt bylaws cited as Sooke Core Sewer Specified Area Amendment Bylaw number 897 147-46 2023. Moved by Counselor St. Pierre, seconded by Counselor Bateman. All those in favor, please. That's carried unanimously. 11.6, that council adopt bylaw cited as council procedure amendment bylaw number 905 728-05 2024. Moved by Counselor Bateman, seconded by Counselor Beddoes. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, so stay tuned for that change. For new business under 12, I had forgotten that Counselor McMath had a business arising out of the Maple Park terrace discussion. So I'll enter it here. And that would be that council directs staff to connect the developer with affected residents who are experiencing safety blasting concerns, to provide contact information for WorkSafe BC and the provincial government who are legally responsible for ensuring adherence to blasting and environmental regulations to those same residents, and to advise those residents to notify the District of Sooke if those parties do not respond.
If I may.
Yes.
I would just advise and recommend council to consider that under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, we cannot give out residential information and addresses to any third party. Information must be used for the purpose of its collection. What I might suggest is that if any members of the public wanted to provide their information directly to the developer, that would be the most adequate and legally viable way of suggesting they connect, but we are not able to release information in that way, in the way that the resolution is worded at this time.
I see Counselor McMath.
Yeah, I can amend it so that council direct staff to that council directs staff to connect the affected residents with the developer. Because during the meeting, in the recording, he said that he would like to do that and he offered that service. So I think that puts us in the clear. So if we want to switch it that way, I'm happy to do that.
So that's just coming up on the screen. Who should I? So I'll just forward that to you.
Sorry, I should have done.
Okay, so does counselors? We just read that out and I forwarded it. So do you need to wait for it to be on the screen or can someone second it? Seconded by Counselor Beddoes. We didn't always have things on the screen and we managed to do things, right? So. Yeah, so that's coming. The rest of it's coming. Anything more to add, Counselor McMahon?
We can do it together or it can be a separate motion. And maybe I'll ask the question first. Did the district ever receive the report? The investigation into Ella? Did the district ever receive a report?
I have that answer for you, which is why I meant to answer that. No, what the province said was that they completed their study and it's complete. They've closed the file and everyone can FOI them.
Cute.
So I thought, okay, I'll look into how to do that.
Okay.
And I understand that some residents are doing that process as we speak. So
Okay,
that's
great.
why I didn't put it into this first part. So you have the rest of the motion there. Yeah. Hold on a second. Okay, with the developer and there was also to provide contact information for WorkSafe BC and the provincial government who are legally responsible to ensure adherence to, well, there it is. Okay, that's okay. And then it was that the environmental investigation report, but we don't have that report. So that's where I think that part needs to come off until we have it. It would just be the first part. Okay. On the motion then, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Notices of motion. So there are a few to read into the record, two that have been provided in advance. Councillor St. Pierre, would you like to read yours out? Go ahead.
That Modi commission a study to estimate projected travel demand growth on Highway 14 up to 2050 and assess options and associated costs for accommodating projected travel demand growth. And that the District of Sooke staff work with BC Transit staff to align with their transit future plan update when determining future frequent transit corridors within the new OCP. And I would request a dash on my name instead of a.
What did you say?
ST-Pierre. That's just legally. And it gets lost in databases otherwise. Very frustrating.
Got it? Okay. So that's read into the record. It'll come to the next council meeting. The next part is a notice of motion by Councillor Pearson. He's not here, but it was provided in advance. So that would be that council directs staff to explore options of traffic improvements in the short term that have been presented by a local committee with members of the Chamber of Commerce and business community in Sooke. So what I'm assuming would come when this actually comes forward to debate is, what are you talking about? Because I don't know what your local committee is or what these options are. So it's not supportable as it stands, but this gives time for that next meeting for that information to actually come forward.
Hopefully.
Or not. And then Councillor McMath has one. So would you like to read that out? And just in part why we're reading this is because YouTube will transcribe for any audio or visual impairments, and that's how this gets captured for all audiences, which is why we read out the motions.
Mine's long, I'm sorry, but I did send it to you, so. It's the Joint Traffic Committee. So whereas the District of Sooke is currently facing significant traffic congestion issues on the provincial Highway 14, primarily due to the limitations posed by increased density, one bridge, and limited access points in and out of the district. And whereas this congestion has severe implications for public safety, emergency response times, economic activities, and the overall quality of life for residents and businesses in Sooke. Whereas a collaborative effort involving various stakeholders is essential to formulate and implement effective solutions to alleviate traffic congestion in Sooke. The motion is that a joint traffic committee be established consisting of representatives from the following stakeholders: the District of Sooke Council, District of Sooke staff, Province of BC, MLA Parmar, Sooke School District 62 School Board Trustees, Sauk Nation, BC Transit, Sooke Builders Association, Sooke Chamber of Commerce, and representatives from Emergency Services, Police, Fire, Ambulance. And the objective of the Joint Traffic Committee is to implement solutions to traffic congestion through immediate, short-term, medium, and long-term solutions. I don't know if I need it all in here, but I will read it out. So immediate solutions is to focus on short-term measures such as municipal and provincial traffic management adjustments, temporary traffic control measures, and enhanced public awareness and public reporting campaigns. Short-term solutions include developing plans for immediate infrastructure improvements that the district controls, temporary bypass routes that the province controls, and enhanced transit services that BC Transit controls to mitigate congestion. Medium is plan and initiate construction projects for additional access points, expansion of existing infrastructure, movement of schools located on Provincial Highway 14, and improve traffic flow management systems. Long-term is to empower the province to undertake studies and design long-term infrastructure projects for the Provincial Highway 14, including the potential construction of new bridge and alternative routes in conjunction with the District of Sooke's Transportation Master Plan and in collaboration with all relevant authorities and stakeholders. The traffic committee shall meet regularly to assess current traffic situations and evaluate the effectiveness of the implemented solutions, engage with the community through consultations and public forums to gather feedback and input, and prepare comprehensive reports outlining findings, recommendation, and action plans for presentation to the District of Sooke Council and other pertinent authorities. And further, that it be resolved that the district's corporate services shall notify all named stakeholders and facilitate the immediate establishment and commencement of the Joint Traffic Committee.
Okay, thank you. So those are all read into the record to come forward for discussion at the next council meeting. Okay, so next up is item 14. So this is an item that has been pulled here for discussion. It's a letter to myself regarding the Highway 14 crosswalk, amongst others. So Councillor Bateman had pulled this for discussion.
A letter pulled in the innocent days before we grew very sophisticated in our approach to Highway 14 tonight with these notices of motion. But this is one of the micro issues among the many micro issues. This is correspondence from the residents of Sooke Harbor. Yes, and they're seeking a signalized crosswalk on Sooke Road. They also request the speed limit be reduced from 60 to 50, concrete sidewalk be extended from Maple Avenue to the Prestige. My suggestion is that this correspondent be added to the package that we are preparing, that we must prepare to advocate with MOTI. And there, I also pulled further correspondence this evening on that very same subject. I think we need to gather all this material together into one definitive package that will support the work that is unfolding.
Okay, thank you. So stay tuned, more on that. So yeah, there's other pieces. Here's some short-term items. This has been a request that's come up numerous times. So maybe this one can be a short-term.
And of course, on April 8th, we did hear about crosswalks needing flashing lights at John Muir Elementary, Ed McGregor Park, the town center, Cicinos Elementary. We're looking for safe crosswalk at Woodlands near the hub, Dover Street and Drennan. So yes.
Okay, stay tuned. So otherwise it's a motion to receive for now. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor McMath. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Council verbal reports. I have one exciting one. I'm going to start this off. In addition to recognizing Ms. Johnston, you're probably like, yeah, how many minutes do I count down? But anyway, thank you once again. A few pieces is in the past, council has been advocating for inclusion into the Vancouver Island Major Crime Unit. So I'll share that some preliminary information has been received. However, I will be meeting with our CAO as well as our staff sergeant because there's a number of pieces that all need to come together. So stay tuned. It was at our last meeting as an advocacy piece, but there's just been a package of information that needs to be processed. So that's coming our way. I received a few letters from school students. So these are grade 4 students of Sooke Elementary, and some of their ask would be, I've never written a letter to you before, but I want to make a suggestion. You need to make a movie theater in Sooke. Firstly, you have to drive all the way to Langford to see a movie, and there's always traffic. Secondly, it's annoying when it's late and you just get out of the movie theater and you have to drive all the way home. People would be so much happier and you wouldn't have to waste gas. That's why you need to add a movie theater to Sooke. Another one is from Gannon. I'm in grade 4 at Sooke Elementary. I'm writing to you because I would like to ask you for a basketball court. Sooke needs a full-size court. The Broomhill Park basketball court is too small for older kids. Please consider putting in a basketball court for the community to use. I have done up letters, so I am advising, thank you very much on this. Stay tuned for EMCS movie night, movies in the park, just to give our young people an answer of something that we're doing. The basketball, I've said, stay tuned at Ravens Ridge. We have 3 and 3 coming your way, so look for those highlights. Dear Mayor Tate, I'm writing to you about the Fishy Park. I'm wondering if you can bring back the water park. First of all, it would possibly make more children love it. Secondly, it'd make kids happy. Also, it'd probably make it popular for having tons of birthdays and parties. Here's a suggestion. Maybe have a bit of security guards to make sure no filthy teenagers break stuff. Hopefully these things lead up to a water park coming back. Like, okay, advising again, we're collaborating with our friends of Sea Park and security is top of mind. Dear Mayor Tate, I hope you and your family are doing well. I have a suggestion for you. I would like to have a hospital in Sooke. Let me tell you why. First of all, if someone gets hurt or sick and needs to go to the hospital, it takes about an hour for anyone, including traffic. Secondly, if someone doesn't make it to the hospital in time, they can be very hurt or sick, and it can be very, very serious. Lastly, the people in the hospital will be safe and get everything they need very quickly and be okay and will survive. Thank you for reading. Please consider building a hospital in Sooke. Have a great day, night, or evening. Sincerely, Brianna. So I've also written to Brianna about our healthcare planning work. So I always enjoy getting these letters. The last round where we had about 40 children in Sooke, their priorities were parks and trees, sidewalks and trails, and emergency services, namely police and fire, were at the top of their list. Another exciting bit of news, which you probably all know about, but you will see very soon, if not here already, in our harbor. Outside the Prestige is mobilization of a crane barge arriving and will be in front of the pier. On-site construction and the piers will commence this week, as well with another barge with marina docks and piles. The Prestige is building out their marina. So they've cleared all federal and provincial approvals and will be doing this work. The intention is that they'll be fully functional sometime in August. There'll be a bit of a roof and a building for staff for the fuel operation, marine supplies, snacks and beverages and the like, but it's a small footprint. This fuel dock staff will be part of the resort team. There is no parking to provide for this. The intention here is to service resort guests arriving by boat, with access to the resort facility via a fob where they can control access. They will not be permitting guests to arrive in Sooke with trucks and trailers to launch. Resort guests by boat must arrive and depart by boat. Dedicated slips will be available to local guides, charters, and tours that are picking up and dropping off guests who have booked their services, with a requirement that they stay at the resort. So then they can gain access to the marina to meet their guide and tour. There will not be any permanent moorage available. And they also intend to have rentals for kayaks, paddle boards, and the like during the peak season, and staff to help with that. There is no formal float plane schedule, but there has been a design to accommodate a plane needing to arrive in that way, private or charter, some pickup and drop offs. So again, the intention is their final phase is not to welcome by vehicle, but to come by air or water. So this is exciting news and look forward to hearing and seeing more of that unfold in the time to come, but not to add to the traffic congestion, be faster to arrive by boat. In terms of transit services, just some highlights from the recent commission meeting, and I'm sharing this all with you now because I'll forget probably by the next meeting. Bus service is coming on fully online. Bus operators are in place. The buses that were recalled are back in service, more buses underway. There is still a mechanic shortage. So if anyone knows that skilled trade, please direct them over to transit. Fare review has taken place. There will be an increase to the daily fare from the $2.50 to $3 or $5 to $6 for a day pass, but the monthly pass remains unchanged, as well does the other pass, the concession path for seniors and youth. That stays at $45. It is Handy Dart eligible. The interesting part is that this doesn't kick in until April 1st, 2025, because that will be when the COVID restart funds are used up. Transit cannot increase fares while it's using COVID restart funds. The last transit fare increase was in 2010. So while it seems dramatic, it's not that much. There is ridership climbing on board, services back to full service. And we're about 70%, which is what transit actually targets. I am drafting a notice of motion to the commission that as these services come online, as data is available through the various app programs that are used, that perhaps there'll be a way for transit to explore or survey our residents in a cost-neutral way to expand service or route changes and schedules in and around Sooke. So that's a separate notice of motion that'll come, or a motion that'll come to the commission meeting in September. But I just wanted to share some highlights of what's happening there. Transit VIMQ. Transportation service at the CRD. The Transportation Committee is met. Some of you were at the workshop. So that draft is going up to the board. The intention would be that the board would direct for an alternative approval process in the fall to see if this would be where we examine a new service level going through the CRD. What I liked about it and what I heard from the core participants is it's important that transportation be viewed through the region through an equity lens, meaning that the heavier vote doesn't outweigh out here. So the more urban centers, because they can outvote everyone else dominating the service, it must be equitable throughout. Looking at a regional focus, collaborating with the CVRD, and also looking at areas that aren't that have no transit. It was raised that there's service to Duncan, but there's nothing to Shirley. So we're going out of region up to Duncan, but we're not going within region across. And so it's another way for joint advocacy or regional priorities. You've all sat through many meetings with the CRD answering surveys and the like. So if you want more information, go to the CRD Transportation Committee and you'll find the full package of information there. And sadly, share that Florida's won the 2-1. I was cheering for Oilers. Other updates at this moment in time, we can go straight to adjournment. Councillor Beddoes. Motion to adjourn then?
I want to say my piece.
Okay.
Get it done. And I invite you to do it as well. I attended the few innings of Guns and Hoses yesterday. Sooke Fire, Sooke RCMP. Looked like Sooke Fire was the winning team. I don't know what the final score was, but Sooke Museum Open House and Barbecue yesterday. Councillor Deputy Mayor Lajeunesse did some good opening comments there. Sooke Age Friendly Meeting. I gave a presentation on affordable housing to the half dozen people in attendance and did note that, which I failed to mention earlier, that we have 1,500 homes, owner occupied homes approved or in the near future pipeline, along with 650 rental units here in Sooke. So definitely ahead of our housing need targets. And Sooke Builders Association luncheon with a presentation by Fortis and some early suggestions by SBA members on how to fix traffic. And so good to see that they will have a place perhaps in a future committee. Okay.
Counselor Beddoes, go ahead, please. Into the microphone though.
I get a little frustrated at times when we seem to give the bums rush to things. Other people get to speak for at length and then we can't wait to get out of here. Anyways, this is from C Park. A lot of work been on, and unfortunately the mayor was unable to be at the last meeting, and Councilor Bateman was able as well. So anyways, just on the skate park, 57 survey responses were added to the input of 40 people in the design workshop to form a design direction report. The report includes information from geotech. We can't build over top the existing park due to structural issues, but are looking to reuse the exiting concrete as fill, cost saving and more environmentally friendly. Design will include landscaping, seating, waste receptacles. Staff will determine options with budgets and implications for commission approval likely in September. May look at some new nice to have features with water fountains, roof coverage, lighting being items of fundraising and sponsorship. We're looking to maybe some of the service clubs can pick up some of those things. The strategic plan, which we all knew was coming, is schedule provided by a consultant. Community engagement will happen through the summer with commission workshop in the fall. Community engagement will include with open houses, public survey, focus groups with user groups, other local community groups, Indigenous engagement, and youth engagement. So that's a report from C Park, which I thought was quite important for our community.
No, thank you for sharing that, especially on the dates of the consultation piece, as the commission now won't meet until September. Yeah. And the pool is shut and the front entry is all under construction. So make sure you enter through the arena. Anything else from members of council?
I'll wait for the next meeting.
Okay. All right. So a motion to adjourn the June 24th meeting, moved by